We're going to re-adjourn the closed session announcements here from our city attorney, Quinn Barrow.
Thank you, Mayor. Earlier this afternoon, the City Council in the closed session to discuss 3 items that are identified on the agenda. The City Council gave direction with respect to A and C on the agenda and received a report on item B.
Perfect. We'll adjourn that meeting, folks. Go right into our City Council regular meeting for Tuesday, December 5th, 2023. I will call the meeting to order and ask Ezra Handman to come down and lead us in the pledge.
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Don't go anywhere. Stand by there. Mayor Pro Tem Frank is going to hand you a city pen for your hard work. I recognize the fact that you're here. That's first. And then you want to call out your family, who's here for you, and your favorite principal, of course.
Mrs. O'Sullivan is my favorite principal.
And what school do you go to?
Robinson. I have my mom, my dad, and my brother are here.
Good job. Way to call you out there. I think your principal wants to come up and say a few words. Come up, principal.
Thank you so much for having us here. I'm really, really proud to introduce Ezra to the City Council. Not only is Ezra a really good student, his grades are amazing, of course, but that's not why he was chosen. He was chosen because he's kind, compassionate, he's really hardworking. He's kind of one of those kids who just gets along with everybody, kids, adults, everyone. And when he's not at school, he's playing soccer. And as a matter of fact, this past fall, he had the most scores gold for his team. And last spring, he was a member of the Manhattan Beach Little League. And he was also a junior lifeguard this year. So when he's not at school and playing soccer, he loves reading. And he's a wonderful piano player. His favorite piece is Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata and Mozart's Turkish March. So I'm just really proud of Ezra, and we're really happy to have him represent Robinson. So thank you.
That was Principal Jacqueline from the Robinson School District. She never says her last name, but I would say Principal Jacqueline. That way everybody knows her. Now, on behalf of the entire city, this is yours. The City of Manhattan Beach School District recognize you, Ezra Handman. Today is your day. Outstanding citizenship, Manhattan Beach Unified School District, dated today, 2023. Congratulations. And now, don't go anywhere. You want to aim right towards that camera, or I'll take a picture of you. And you want Mom and Dad to come down and get a picture? There's your city picture. You want to come down here? Ezra, scoot a little bit this way. We'll go on 2 sides. Come on, Jackie, you two. Nice try. You got to get a picture.
Yeah, we should get down.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. All right.
Whole team. Okay. And look at that lady with the camera up there in front. She can take a picture for you.
Maybe
this way.
yeah, you can definitely.
Okay, Ben,
be
you can
here.
go over there.
You can definitely be here because you just can't block this guy.
How's that?
Perfect. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Got a couple.
Thank you so much.
Well done. Congratulations. See you next time. Take care of yourself. Do a good deed. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great to meet you.
Mayor, you're around.
Principal Jacqueline O'Sullivan. How many O'Sullivans do you know that are principals in Manhattan Beach? 1. All right, with that, we're going to go to our, roll call, please, Lisa.
Thank you, Councilmember Haworth.
Here.
Councilmember Lesser.
Here.
Councilmember Napolitano.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Here.
Mayor Montgomery.
I'm here as well. Thank you very much. We're going to move to, that was on ceremonial. Item E, approval of agenda and waiver of full reading of ordinances.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item 11, which is a cross-connection controls ordinance, for consideration at a later date.
All right, so we're going to pull item number 11. Anyone else? Council pulling anything? Questions, comments?
Item 10.
Item 10, pulled by Councilor Napolitano. Anyone else pulling the items? If not, I need a motion and a second.
There's motion, no motion screen.
No voting screen yet. It's all right. We'll go verbal in the meantime. Need a first and a second. A first by Councilmember Haworth, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Franklin. We'll do a roll call vote, please.
Okay, Mayor Montgomery?
Yes.
Councilmember Napolitano?
Yes.
Councilmember Haworth?
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Clarification, item number 11 will be pulled to a later date. Item 10 is pulled for tonight. With that, we're going to open up City Council and Community Organization announcements of upcoming events. 1 minute length community related. Those who want to speak about the community 1 minute, upcoming events, please come down.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Josh Murray. I'm here on behalf of Manhattan Beach Library. Adults of the community are invited to an author talk at the library featuring Heather Hatch to discuss her new book, The Trouble with Drowning, this Saturday, December 9th at 1 p.m. Heather will speak about, read from, and sign copies of her new book, The Trouble with Drowning. I'd also like to invite the members of the community to listen to some beautiful holiday harp music at the library on Saturday, December 16th at 1 p.m. Get into the spirit of the season and come to Manhattan Beach Library for a performance by harpist Peggy Skomal of Holiday Music. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate that. Our next speaker.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Mayor, council members. My name is Lori McDermott, and I am the executive coordinator for the Holiday Stroll. The Holiday Stroll is happening this Thursday from 5 to 9, and we invite everyone to come and enjoy themselves. Everything is free. You can come meet Santa. We have a photo booth. We have a petting zoo. There will be vendors, and people are giving out discounts, so make sure you come. We also have kettle corn for free, so I would love to see you all there. And we're going to jingle. Santa arrives at 5:15. Don't be late.
Lori, would you mind telling people who aren't familiar with the North End, where is the North End, where do you want them to meet, where do they go?
Oh, thank you. The North End is in North Manhattan Beach by Ponchos. It goes from Rosecrans south all the way to 32nd Street. So we'll also have a petting zoo with an alpaca and a small mini cow.
Merry Christmas, I like that. Thank you, Lori. Our next speaker, please. Hey, welcome you too.
Hi, I'm Vivian Wood.
And I'm Rock Dillman, and we are ASP members of Miracosta and here to tell you about events on campus.
So this past weekend, our school hosted our annual Model UN conference, and we also had the ASB cleanup on Saturday, which were both a huge success.
Our school boys football team made it to the CIF playoffs, which took place at Miracosta. That had an amazing turnout, but we unfortunately lost 44-38.
But you made it.
Yeah. Tomorrow's Club Day number 2, where clubs sell food to raise funds for their clubs, and Link Crew's Frosty Fest will be tomorrow night, where they will be showing The Grinch from 5 to 7 p.m.
And this Thursday, the choir winter concert will take place in the auditorium at 7. And on the 15th, the orchestra winter concert will also be held in the auditorium at 7, and hope to see you there.
Thank you.
Wait, how did Model UN cover? How did they do? Model UN team, how'd they do?
They did good, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Bye, thanks.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, colleagues, and community members. My name is Amanda McLennan, and I am the Emergency Preparedness Administrator for Manhattan Beach, working in the Fire Department under Chief Lang. The city is in the process of updating the very important local hazard mitigation plan. This plan update aims to make our community and infrastructure more resilient and less susceptible to damage from natural hazards. The community's involvement and feedback is extremely valuable for this plan update. We had our first hazard mitigation plan meeting on Tuesday, November 28th, and we have 3 remaining meetings which we invite all of community members, including those most vulnerable, to attend. The meetings will be held on Tuesdays from 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. and will be held via Zoom, or you can join us here in the chambers as well, so it's your choice. The next meeting is December 12th followed by one on January 9th and one on January 30th. These meetings build on one another, so if you can attend all three, that's fabulous. We'd love that. But it's okay if you can attend one or two of them as well. Your feedback is so important. Another way that we ask the whole community to get involved in this important plan update is to take, we have English and Spanish surveys. And these surveys, we are wanting to receive your feedback about preparedness and mitigation as they relate to various natural hazards in our area. So we're looking to learn about your awareness, your concerns, your ideas on mitigation for hazards like earthquakes, tsunamis, severe weather, and other natural hazards. So we ask that you go to www.manhattanbeach.gov/LHMP, and there you will find where you can register for the meetings, and you'll get the Zoom link, as well as the QR codes that you're seeing there, and you can take the surveys. So please join us. Your feedback is very important. Thank you.
Well said, Amanda. Thank you very much. Our next speaker.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Unfortunately, Tom Moffett had some connectivity issues, and so I wanted to give a shout out to Tom, who is I know watching online, and wanted to invite the community to the holiday fireworks show. This Sunday, December 10th, we have the Skechers Snow Park opening at 4 from 4 to 6:30. We have Miracosta Choir, we have Miracosta High School Jazz Band, Joe's Band, and then, of course, the fireworks will kick off at 7 p.m. So please come out and join us.
While you're there, Lehman, how about you want to mention your Shining Silver Holiday, or did you guys sell out already?
We sold out already.
Right.
Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing
we're not going to mention that
I was
Silver
going to make
Holiday.
the announcement, but unfortunately we sold out the 9th from 4 to 7, and then the 10th from 9 to noon.
So next year.
Yes, next year.
That's fantastic.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mark. Our next speaker, the announcements. Anybody else here? How about we go to Zoom, please, Martha?
There's no request via Zoom.
All right, we'll close that part. Colleagues, Councilmember Howarth.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, Thursday is the first night of the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah. So 8 crazy nights, as some of us say. Letting folks know that on Monday here in Metlox, there'll be a menorah sponsored by the Jewish Community Center that is going to be lit up, and there'll be at 5:30 all kinds of treats and music and crazy stuff. And then, and so that's by the Jewish Community Center. And then the local synagogue congregation, Tverf Jacob, will be doing a holiday event on Sunday at the Point, which is in El Segundo, from 1 to 3. But it is our local synagogue. So just want to let everybody know if you want to participate. It'll be super fun. Love to see you.
All right, well said. Anyone else? Mayor Tim Franklin?
Sure. Just want to give residents and visitors a reminder that we have the parking, the red parking bags on the parking meters, which is a great treat. But just remember that you're still responsible to pay attention to the time. So if you're in a 24-minute spot, you got to leave it within 24 minutes, same with 2 hours. So that still holds. You just get the free meter. So I just wanted to remind people that. And he's being very, very shy and unassuming, but our mayor, his team has made the National Football Championships, the Texas Longhorns. Congratulations.
Thank you. No pressure.
Yeah.
No pressure.
Welcome horns.
Thank you for that.
Place your bets.
Anyone else? I've got a few. Martha, you want to start with who's first up? The Beach Cities Toy Drive is this December 16th. Where the host city, Manhattan Beach, will be Jocelyn Center. So it says 10 o'clock, but actually we're ready about 11 o'clock in the morning. And thanks to Ron Newman, who organized all the restaurants in the South Bay to donate their food for all the people that come and wrap toys. So we not only want you to come and bring unwrapped toys, but we also help you want to wrap 4,000 toys. We need all the wrappers that we want to come out that day at Jocelyn Center, 11 a.m. That's a Saturday. And we need all of your help. And if you want to drop off toys, folks, you can do it at City Hall, Police and Fire Building here, and even at the fireworks on Sunday, we're going to have boxes clearly noted that show Toy Drive. You can drop off toys, unwrapped toys there as well. Next up. Oh, yes. Well, when Councilman Napolitano was like 21 years old, he started a holiday decorating contest in Manhattan Beach. We're bringing it back this year.
That's
so
fun.
the judges are right here.
Oh.
So send, you want, I guess, to go to Lisa? Where do you want the email to go to? Oh,
No?
no email address.
There you
Well,
go.
there you go. Just email me or city clerk at manhattanbeach.gov. Tell them your address of house you're nominating, the owner's name if you know it, your contact information, name and phone number, and we will look at all the homes, condos, apartments, whatever, businesses that are decorated, and we'll pick the top 3 winners. And we'll announce them on December 19th here at the council meeting. I won't tell you what the swag is, but you'll all want it. I'll just say that. So that's
awesome.
bringing it back. Thanks to Steve when he was a kid. Starting, we're going to bring that back and go from there. And next,
I can't keep calling
yeah.
him Grinch.
What's the next one you got there?
So Mayor, can I make a comment and
Sure.
a suggestion? Having decorated my own home, by myself for, so
Yes.
many years, I mean, is there bonus points if you do it yourself versus having it
Yes.
professionally done?
Yeah, I
If
think,
you're
yeah.
injured while doing it.
We don't want to have an insurance claim, but yes, we'd like to have you decorate your own home. Professional, we'll know if we did it professionally or not.
You'll know.
If there's no sag in the wires, we'll know that you did it yourself, right, Jim?
Right.
Yes, good point.
All right.
Creativity and ownership of the lighting procedure is important.
Yes.
What else do you have? Nothing else? Okay.
Oh, that's super fun.
I've got one clarification. I was pointed out to by a 5th grader when a presentation about voting rules of Manhattan Beach and procedures. I incorrectly said that a former candidate had run 4 times for city council unsuccessfully. That's not true. In this case, Mark Burton had actually run 5 times for city council. He was successful in 2013, unsuccessful in 17, 19, 20, and 22. So that answers the clarification. I apologize it wasn't clear. And second, there is no limit on number of times anyone can run up for council in the city. As long as legal age, right, and a resident of Manhattan Beach. You can be a resident one day and run for city council. I hope it doesn't happen, folks. But we had someone run in the city last time. He'd been in the city less than 6 months. He couldn't tell me where Rowell Avenue was, couldn't spell Rowell, and didn't know the numbers, the schools in our city. So please, when you vote next year for candidates, November 24, please find people that actually know our city, lived there long enough, more than 6 months, to know our schools, and know something about city government. With that said, no other comments. We're going to roll into our next item, which is public comments, 3 minutes in length. If you're going to speak on any item on the agenda, you get one chance to talk about it here and not again second. So pick your time. You want to be here up front or when the item's called, your choice. 3 minutes in length. Any subject you want to talk about, it's on the agenda. We're going to limit you. Besides that, come on down. Please, come on down.
Okay.
The microphone is yours.
Well, thank you. Tell me when my 3 minutes is up because I tend to talk too much. So somebody ring a bell. I'm really happy to be here to support the plans of the Parks and Recreation Commission for the celebration of Juneteenth next year. And I think they've done a great job of planning and consultation with the community. You know, this subject came up a few months ago to the City Council for a celebration of Juneteenth this year. And I was a bit disappointed that the council did not vote to support a celebration in 2023, but you did direct the Parks and Rec Commission to come up with a well-planned and robust celebration for next year. And it seems to have turned out quite well, actually, because the plans of Parks and Recs are really magnificent. I've talked to commission members and staff, and I really support their ideas. Juneteenth is a new national holiday, which should be of importance and significance to every American, but it's not very well known yet. It's especially of significance to African Americans, of course, because it sort of symbolically commemorates the end of slavery. Though slavery didn't quite end at that point, but anyway, symbolically. And so since it's a new holiday, this gives Manhattan Beach a wonderful opportunity to show leadership and to be forward-looking and to educate the community about this new national event, a new national holiday, which everybody should know about and very few people do. So that's it. I want to support Parks and Recs. I think they're great. I would call out names, but I probably would forget somebody and I would get embarrassed, so I won't, but that's all.
Thank you. Absolutely appreciate that. You did well.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, forgive me if I don't stay for the whole 4 hours, okay? I'm going to sneak out the back.
Can I go with you?
Dedication. Yeah, sure, if you can get out.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Mike Mikowski, 32-year resident. So I'm going to take the flip side of the Juneteenth celebration coin because I'm concerned about how the details and the potential $30,000 price tag have been communicated to the public, which is, in a word, poorly. First off, the staff report isn't even appended to the published agenda, just the community survey and the original PowerPoint presentation, which offers almost no details. The amended PowerPoint is in a supplemental attachment in the monthly calendar link and was published late yesterday, I believe, but no staff report unless you go to the e-comments page. That's just sloppy in my view, and it makes it difficult for residents to get crucial details about the whole process. As for the basic issue of a Juneteenth event, my questions are why, despite 2 council votes to prohibit special events at Bruce's Beach, are the Juneteenth planners looking at Bruce's Beach as a venue for this, at least some of the activities on Juneteenth? I submit to you that despite this being a city-sponsored rather than a private event, the problems are still the same, namely the park is too small to hold a major event. Besides, Bruce's Beach and Juneteenth are not the same thing, despite the efforts of some to conflate the two for their own agenda. One of the main drivers of this event is the community survey. Yet here the activists have rigged the survey as they always do. When the vote wasn't going their way on whether to have a city-sponsored event or not, they got the high school involved. I categorically reject any survey that's rigged in this fashion so that over 76% of the respondents are non-tax-paying children 17 and under, telling the adults how to conduct city-sponsored events when those events are paid for with our tax dollars. The solution is simple. Don't use our tax dollars. Why are we potentially spending so much on this holiday while other long-standing traditional holidays go begging for attention, like Veterans Day, Memorial Day? What about Martin Luther King Day? I don't believe we spent a dime on him, or is he passé now with all that content of their character nonsense, he said facetiously. Furthermore, this council seems to be undermining itself on the storm drain fee hike. I sent out a newsletter supporting the fee hike and how it was necessary to preserve our stormwater infrastructure without compromising our general fund, which in turn might adversely impact things like public safety, and other vital services. You all said that in this chamber. But now we've got this request to use $30,000 of the general fund for a Juneteenth event that, as the best I can tell, isn't even favored by a majority of the tax-paying adult residents. So I've been getting emails like this. I'm against the stormwater fee hike. They just want to take this money and piss it away. They can take my fee out of the $30,000. Bottom line, I believe there should be a Juneteenth event, but not at Bruce's Beach and not paid for with city funds. Online or private funding is the way to go here, but I believe, or maybe the high schoolers can do a bake sale. Let MB United and the activist crowd raise any needed funds and put their money where their mouths are on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Our next speaker.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for your attention. I'm speaking in support of the recommendation by Parks and Rec Commission. Excerpt from the meaning of 4th of July to a Slave by Frederick Douglass, July 5th, 1852. This, for the purpose of this celebration, is the 4th of July. It's the birthday of your national independence and your freedom. I am not included within the pale of this glorious anniversary. Your high independence only reveals the immeasurable distance between us. The blessings in which you this day rejoice are not enjoyed in common. The rich inheritance of justice, liberty, prosperity, and independence bequeathed by your fathers is shared by you, not by me. This 4th of July is yours, not mine. You may rejoice. I mourn. Excerpt from President Abraham Lincoln's comment after the second inaugural address. Douglas, there is no man in the country whose opinion I value more than yours. The rights and freedoms that Americans experience today spring from hallowed American soil, fertilized by the blood, sweat, and tears sacrificed by your ancestors and my ancestors. What makes America exceptional, and the bonds that hold us together as the most diverse country on the planet, is the respect that we share for two words: rights and freedom. Two words that we have fought for since 1775 and continue to fight for around the world to this very day. Beware, as each can serve as a double-edged sword. To have the right to an education and the freedom to travel freely contrasts with the right to engage in nasty, hurtful insults and freedom to promote divisive propaganda. Manhattan Beach has made it clear that we are not and will not become a divided community. We have weathered polarizing issues in the past and present, bending but not breaking. Confident knowing that great civilizations are not conquered from without until they have destroyed themselves within. Juneteenth has become not only a time to commemorate Black liberation from the institution of slavery, but also a time to highlight the resilience, solidarity, and culture of the Black community, to commemorate the moment in time when Black Americans in bondage learned that freedom had finally arrived. I understand, and I'm not surprised that there may be opposition to this gathering to celebrate our community pride and fellowship. However, great deeds have always encountered violent opposition from mediocre minds. Be that as it may, let us move forward together to implement the Department of Park and Recreation Commission recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tim. Our next speaker? No one else here in the audience wants to talk about this? Mr. Victor, you want to talk about that? Don't move. We'll get a microphone brought to you. You're welcome.
You sit here? Okay. Oh, thank you. God bless you. My name is William Victor.
I'll wait till the microphone's on. Is it on yet?
Hold it to your mouth. Better now?
There you go.
Oh, good. Okay. My name is William Victor, and I've lived here since for over 45 years, okay? And I've always enjoyed this city. I found it by accident, picking up a client at the airport and making a wrong turn. I thought, well, that was a lucky wrong turn. Sometimes I do think that, sometimes I don't. I will read something to you. I ran for council at
Bill,
one time.
microphone close to your mouth.
Oh, I ran for council at one time alongside, actually, of a number of you. And I got worried I almost won. And, but in any event, one of the things in an article about it, I'll read it to you very briefly. It says, about me, it says, he talked about me, he gradually, oh, thank you very much. They're talking about me, William Victor. He said he gradually threw himself into city politics, and as a, my eyes are bad, he engaged in, as a seriously engaged citizen. He has success on as his failure. Let's see here. Okay. What was it? Well, anyway, it talks about the fact that I did some research and I found out we had an illegal system for collecting trash. No, collecting street sweeping. So I made a comment about it, and then they said, you know what, Bill Victor's right. So we're going to give back everybody half of what we took from them because it would be a nice thing to do. And I said, well, why would we give them just half when they paid the whole thing? So the whole thing was paid back to whoever wanted it. apparently later I heard a little talk about it from our honorable mayor and others, that it wasn't a nice thing that I did. Well, I think to help the citizens, the older ones especially, it's a nice thing if they have an overcharge of something that we correct it. So I didn't suggest interest or anything like that. Okay, then later on, I had a fire recently, just in this past few years. And my house burned down and my dog, Sammy Sunshine, died. And I really, that was my last living relative. My parents, my mother died in 99, my father in 94, and so forth.
I'm gonna give a little more time, Bill, but wrap it up, okay, for us?
Oh, okay. Anyway, some people came to me at the hotel that was provided for me by my insurance and said, Bill Victor, why are you putting up with this treatment you're having? So I said, well, what do you mean? Well, they said, we've lived on, what's the name of the street? Oh, it's the main street that we have here. And we have 3 or 4 houses, 700 numbers, okay, the number 700 something, and they're dilapidated buildings, and nobody's bothering them at all like they're bothering you, Bill. I said, what do you think I should do? They said, well, you should get an attorney and you should bring an injunction and so forth. I said, well, I don't know. But I did make some efforts to correct it because I thought there was some misinformation, that I missed meetings that were scheduled and I didn't know about, and that kind of thing. I think it would be better and fairer to try to treat older citizens. I might qualify if anyone questions it, that I'm an older citizen.
Bill,
I don't think it's fair.
Talk to our city manager afterwards, offline.
I'd like to see that it be looked at, and I think we should also have an elective city attorney.
Thank you, Bill, for your comments. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. Anybody else here want to speak? 3 minutes, any subject? Seeing none. Zoom, please, Martha.
There's no request via Zoom.
None requests for Zoom. We'll close public comments. Thank you all. We're going to move to item H, consent calendar. Items 1 through 11. We know that 11's been rescheduled. 10's been pulled. I need a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Lesser, second by Councilor Haworth. Roll call vote, please. Why, voting screen, I'm sorry. If it's working, let's see.
And we're all here. Uh-oh.
It's not working. Do you motion to
You
accept?
do it.
Do you motion?
And then I'll do that.
Second.
Oh.
There we go.
Look at that.
Eureka.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. We're going to go to item I, items removed from the consent calendar. It's number 10, pulled by Councilor Napolitano.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item number 10 is consideration of introducing an ordinance amending the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code regarding the responsibility of property owners within a utility undergrounding district and adoption of a determination of exemption pursuant to other sections of our code. But basically what it says is that for the connection after the lines are taken down, after the utility lines are taken down, that the utility poles are taken down, right, the utilities need to be connected to the home from the middle of the street where the lines are now running. And it's the responsibility of the homeowner to pay for that connection. And this is a change to the municipal code to say that if they don't pay for that connection, then what happens is that they're either, it's on their next property tax, or now this proposal would be that they can pay it over 20 years. But my issue with it is on page 2 or page 286 of the staff report, under discussion, where it says the outstanding debt will accrue at an interest rate of 6%. And so 6%, I know interest rates are high, but 6%, especially over 20 years, they're not going to necessarily stay where they are now. They might go up, they might go down. They've been down for quite a while. But, as far as a loss to the city, and I'm wondering why is it 6% and why isn't it connected to our LAIF rate that we get from LAFCO, or from our investment fund, which is lower. I think it's 3 or 4% currently.
Good evening, Eric Lee, Public Works Director. The proposals that are before you today relate to the loan that the city might possibly enter into with these property owners. The rate of 6% is already established in the municipal code, so we're not proposing a new rate, nor are we proposing a change to that.
Why is it 6% to begin with?
You know,
I mean,
Finance Director
typically,
Steve
we've always tied it to the county pool, investment pool rate.
We've also tied it to bond rates for underground assessment districts for hardship cases as well. But again, this is in the Muni Code. Is that?
Are the bond rates 6%?
Beyond the city's purview?
Well, it's actually in the code right now, and I don't know if we have the opportunity to reduce that amount. And so that's something that if there's a majority of the council, we can come back for the second reading with perhaps a reduced rate.
What are the bond rates? Because that just sounds really high. Because the reason they're not paying it, presumably is that they can't afford to pay it. So if they can't afford to pay it, we're tacking on 6% annual interest. That's just digging a bigger hole.
Yeah, we do typically, the bond rates fluctuate. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Bond rates do fluctuate. We typically have tied things to the LAIF, as you mentioned. Again, it wasn't part of this conversation because that part of it was already in the code and it wasn't, recommended for change. But we can most certainly, as City Attorney mentioned, if we needed to bring it back for the second reading, we can certainly tie it to LAIF, which is, I think, 3.5% or so. And going forward, we did the same thing with the business loans and whatnot.
Thank you.
I've got a little more insight on that. These are agreements that have essentially been proposed by the property owners, and knowing that the established rate in the code is 6%. And so not sure exactly what their financial situation is, but it's something that they're agreeable to the discussion about. The other thing that the council might want to consider is, I know this is voluntary on the city side to be able to do this, but essentially with the Prop 218 process, you have to have a supermajority to form the district. And the default position is that property owners take care of themselves. Perhaps that 6% rate is high enough where it makes the property owner count the cost of doing it on their own rather than having the city to do it.
It's an incentive, I understand.
Councilor Lesser.
Just ask a question. I'm not sure if staff would know at this time, but I'm wondering what other types of loan facilities are tied to that 6%, why it's in the code in the first place, and is there potentially an argument that this is a fully burdened rate in terms of staff time that's involved in executing the loan? I'm just wondering what the origin is of the 6% of the code, if staff knows at this time.
I do not know.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question for Finance Director Cerulean. Steve, can I ask you a question about this? It's a good point that Steve brought up earlier. Like we do in regular underground district, if someone has a hard time financially, you have an exception pool. We put money aside on a case-by-case basis to help someone out that can't afford the underground fees. Remember how we did that?
Correct.
Does this allow that same hardship to exist if someone can afford the hookup fees as well? Is that built into the ordinance?
It's similar to the ADP. It isn't currently. It's what we're trying to do. Currently, it's a one-time payment. They already have a hardship. They can't do that. So we're asking to amortize it over the period of the payback. So the value isn't that great. So the 6% amortized over, it's a specific dollar amount every year. So the 6% is on, Jeff, the annual cost of these?
Well, the total cost for one property owner. The total cost for one property owner is on the order of $34,000, and the other property owner about $22,000. So divided over 20 years if they choose to extend it out that far.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So it's amortized, you're looking at average of $25,000 over 20 years. So the 6% is going to be nominal on a year-to-year basis. But our ADP program, you have a limited time to get into that. That's our assessment deferment program. When we do the utility undergrounding, you can get that up front, but it's like within the first 30 or 45 days.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Open up the public. Anyone have questions or comments about this? Careful.
Well done.
Wow.
Public comment. There we go.
Hi, Michael Jenkins, city resident. I had no intention of commenting on this at all, but something that I heard piqued my interest. If you change the method of calculating the interest, you then have to reintroduce the ordinance. You can't bring it back on second reading because it's a substantive change to the ordinance. If you want to change the code, then you just need to bring a new ordinance back and adopt it. But, yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
So much for retirement.
Yeah, always a city attorney.
Anyone else have comments about this? All right, seeing none. Anyone on Zoom, Martha, want to talk about item number 10?
There are no raised hands via Zoom.
All right, close public comment. Council?
I guess I would ask that we bring back the, I guess, the history, or if there's any record of where the 6% came from, the justification for it then, so that we can get more comfortable. That would make me more comfortable with knowing where it came from, the 6%, and why we adopted that, because my memory serves, it's always been something like tied to the LAIF rate.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin?
Yeah, so if that's the case, then how do we adjust it over time, over the length of the, of the loan? Would that keep adjusting to market rates or what we're doing, or is it going to?
Yeah, it's not a suggestion that it'd be variable. It's just that whatever the LAIF rate is, I think you can do the average or whatever it might be at the given time that the loan is taken.
Right.
And the other option, I think, is it stays as a lien on the property, too.
Mm-hmm.
Councilor Lesser?
I have a question. If council were to defer action on this and defer it to the next or the following meeting, how would that impact any undergrounding in this district where these two properties are at issue? Would this amount to a delay that would be problematic?
If we delay this modification of the ordinance, it'll delay us starting the work. I mean, it's not detrimental. It's just however long we push it out, it just pushes out us doing the work. We're not going to get the right to enter these properties until we amend the code and then enter into agreements with these property owners. And sorry, Jeff Fialka, Senior Civil Engineer.
Thank you.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's to get the voluntary agreement. If we didn't have a voluntary agreement, presumably we'd be considering a court process with warrants and whatnot. And so there's another avenue if push comes to shove.
Thank you.
All right, back to Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yeah, so is this option like shared with residents in the area, like before they vote on the undergrounding?
So this is new to these current districts that are under construction. What we're planning to do on future districts is modify our assessment deferment program to allow them to defer their cost for the private conversions. In the past, we've not done that, but it appears based on these costs are a lot more than they were 15, 20 years ago.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Steve?
Well, I don't want to delay the work. So I'm fine with going forward as maybe we can revisit another time, but I don't want to delay the work. I know these folks have waited a long time to get this ball rolling, and the few properties that wouldn't pay for their own connection, we'll just have to work with them the best we can. But I would like to see it in the future come back for reconsideration, but right now I don't want to delay this project.
Understood. You want to make the motion?
Move to approve.
Second by?
Second.
Second by Councilor Lesser. Voting screen, please.
Mayor, before the vote, I'll read the title.
All right.
Ordinance number 23-0013. An ordinance of the City of Manhattan Beach amending Manhattan Beach Municipal Code Section 7.28.100 to amend the existing provisions thereof regarding the responsibility of property owners within an undergrounding utility district to provide required underground facilities on their property and making a determination of exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you, Quinn. Voting screen is up.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you all, gentlemen. Appreciate that. We're going to move, folks, to item J. And I'm sorry, under item J, public hearings. First one is item 12, and that will be led by our ComDev Director, Ms. Connian. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members, Community Development Director Talin Mirzakanian. This evening, the Planning Division is here presenting an option for the Council to adopt a permanent ordinance on SB 9. This is one of our work plan items or a component thereof. And with that short introduction, I would like to introduce our Associate Planner, Tari Kuvenguha, to present the staff report.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Tari Kuvengua, and I am the project planner for this agenda item before you tonight. The purpose of this hearing is to discuss and consider zoning and subdivision text amendments for a permanent citywide ordinance for Senate Bill 9. Senate Bill 9, or SB 9, as I'll refer to it during this presentation, was signed into law by the governor in September of 2021. This legislation was intended to help facilitate housing production in response to the declared statewide housing crisis. It became effective in January 2022. A month prior, in December of 2021, City Council adopted an urgency ordinance based on staff recommendations. It should be noted that complying with SB 9 is state mandated. We adopted the urgency ordinance to establish standards that acknowledge the city's character and development patterns to be considered alongside that state law. The current urgency ordinance will expire later this month. For that reason, staff have been working on a permanent ordinance to bring forward for discussion and replace it. SB 9 is primarily a two-part housing bill that is applicable in zoning districts that limit housing to single-family homes. This means it only applies to the city's RS, or single-family residential zoning district. There is no RS in the coastal zone, so this is not applicable there. Specifically, SB 9 requires local jurisdictions to ministerially approve SB 9 unit developments, which is the development of up to 2 primary dwelling units, excluding any ADUs or JADUs, and or urban lot splits, which is a subdivision of 1 lot into 2 lots of about equal size. In other words, the property owner of a single-family residential zone lot may opt to utilize only one part of the SB 9 regulations or both simultaneously through a ministerial process. There is a third but lesser-known component of SB 9 that extends the time limit of the state's Subdivision Map Act. This has minimal influence on the processing of SB 9 applications. SB 9 does allow local jurisdictions to adopt their own ordinance if they so wish. This local ordinance would work in tandem with the state regulations. When considering regulations for the permanent ordinance, there are 2 points to keep in mind. First, our regulations cannot be more restrictive than state law. Second, they cannot individually or cumulatively reduce a site's development capacity to allow the additional residential units and or an urban lot split. Most of the standards in the current urgency ordinance were sourced directly from SB 9. For ease, we've used orange text throughout this presentation to indicate which standards in the urgency and proposed ordinances that we're discussing supplement the state requirements and are unique to Manhattan Beach, meaning they're additions or clarifications that are not in SB 9. The list across the next 2 slides summarizes the current urgency ordinance and state SB 9 law, highlighting major criteria we would look for if someone applied for an SB 9 unit development project today. And this is a continuation of the current SB 9 unit development criteria. This next list summarizes the major criteria we would look for if someone applied for an urban lot split today. And again, the orange are the items that are unique to Manhattan Beach that we had proposed in the urgency ordinance. And this is a continuation of that list of the criteria we would look for in an urban lot split application today under the urgency ordinance. The purpose of establishing a permanent ordinance is twofold. First, it allows the city to apply additional provisions that acknowledge the city's character and development patterns, excuse me. If a permanent ordinance is not adopted later this month, the city would be required to review proposed SB 9 projects based on state regulations only. Second, it is an opportunity to improve the clarity and ease of use of these regulations. Many of the urgency ordinance's standards were kept intact, and it should be noted that there are provisions in the urgency ordinance that have been cleaned up or revised to be more consistent with the standards and language found currently in our municipal code. The draft ordinance, which is attachment 1 to the staff report for today's meeting, proposes 2 new chapters as well as amendments to existing code sections. One of the new chapters is for SB 9 unit developments, which would be chapter 10.78. And the second is for urban lot splits, being chapter 11.40. Lastly, the proposed amendments to 3 existing code sections are for consistency with the new chapters proposed and to capture the map extension timeline, which is the third lesser-known component of SB 9 that I mentioned earlier. As the SB 9 housing bill largely consists of 2 different components, 2 independent chapters of the municipal code are proposed with similar verbiage and content for consistency. A number of similar provisions are included in both chapters to reflect the original intent of SB 9, while being more specific to the type of project being regulated, whether that's SB 9 unit developments and/or lot splits. For example, they add definitions for terms used, such as flag lot, primary dwelling unit, and principal residence. They include restrictions on the demolition or alteration of certain types of housing, which is taken directly from SB 9. They clarify the maximum number of residential units allowed, which will depend on whether a property owner utilizes only one part or both parts of SB 9. For instance, if they use the urban lot split only, they can have a maximum of 2 units on each of the lots. Any ADUs or JADUs count towards that 2-unit maximum. Or if they use only the SB 9 unit development component, they can have a maximum of 4 units on the lot. There is a limit of 2 primary units with this maximum, and any ADUs or JADUs would count towards that 4-unit maximum as well. With respect to the last item I just mentioned, the maximum number of units allowed per lot, we thought it would be helpful to illustrate potential combinations of these 2 scenarios, with or without a lot split. The first slide is showing potential configurations if a property owner utilizes both components of SB 9, the SB 9 unit developments and an urban lot split. As I mentioned, this option allows for a maximum of 2 residential units per lot. As you can see, we've divided the lot down the middle in red so that you see 2 resulting lots after the lot split. And any ADU would count towards the 2-unit maximum. That's why we've shown some examples that have ADUs with primary dwelling units. This slide illustrates some additional examples of possible configurations if both parts of SB 9 are utilized. Again, that's the unit developments and the urban lot split. This next slide illustrates some potential scenarios if a property owner uses only the SB 9 unit development piece without an urban lot split. This option allows for a maximum of 4 residential units on the lot. This translates to a maximum of 2 primary dwelling units and a maximum of 2 ADUs, or accessory dwelling units. This is because the state designed SB 9 to be complementary to ADU law, and thus they can be used simultaneously. While there are certain provisions carried across both of the new chapters, there are some requirements that are specific only to the development of the residential units. First, it includes a demolition restriction that comes directly from SB 9. We propose including it to help ensure the city's demolition regulation is consistent with state law. If there is a tenant at the existing residence within the last 3 years, no more than 25% of the existing exterior walls can be demolished. There are also provisions to ensure all new and replaced parking will comply with our existing parking code. Parking would be required for new SB 9 units. State law lists out some exemptions, but currently RS zone lots here in Manhattan Beach would not qualify. Additionally, any existing required parking, such as a garage, that is proposed to be demolished or converted to achieve an SB 9 project, needs to be replaced and relocated elsewhere on the property and comply with our existing parking code. It also spells out limits on separate conveyance, which is intended to note that primary dwelling units cannot be owned separately from one another if they share the same lot. It includes additional objective standards, such as the configuration of primary units, which means that they can be attached, adjacent to, or detached from other units. Height, which would be determined by the base zoning district standards. Setbacks, side and rear would be 4 feet minimum, which is taken directly from SB 9. Front, this would be determined by the base zoning district standards. It also explains how to measure or establish front setbacks for flag lots, which I will explain what that means in a moment. And no new setbacks will be required for existing structures. Lastly, it also requires the separation distance between detached primary dwelling units would be 10 feet. So this is an illustration of how you would determine the front setback when you do a flag lot. If you imagine this as starting as a rectangle, you carve out the lower half square as the front lot, and then the rear lot is what's called a flag lot, where the flagpole portion is really meant for vehicular access to get to that rear lot. And we're proposing that the front setback be measured from the rear of that front lot for the flag lot. So essentially parallel to the right-of-way. This is a brief overview of the requirements for a project that includes an urban lot split. It specifies the parcel area and size limits, which is taken directly from SB 9. It notes that the parcel map requirements of an urban lot split need to include certain things, such as referencing that it is explicitly for an urban lot split. It again spells out limits on separate conveyance, including that when a lot split occurs, the resulting lot can ultimately be sold off separately. It also explains that structures that are spanning or crossing the lot line are allowed if the requirements for that are met. The third component of SB 9, which is not as commonly known as the other parts we just discussed, allows an additional 12-month extension to the expiration date of tentative subdivision maps, which means the state's previous expiration timeline increased from 36 months to now be 48 months. These tentative maps can expire when an applicant fails to record the final map with the county after they receive approval from the city. There are timelines around how long applicants have to take that step to finalize their map. Currently, our code allows 72 months, including extensions, for subdivision maps to be finalized, which you can see here on the left-hand side of that table, MBMC for Manhattan Beach Municipal Code. Staff proposes keeping this timeline intact for non-urban lot split subdivisions, which would be all other subdivisions. For urban lot splits, we propose incorporating the shorter expiration timeline that SB 9 dictates into our code, which would be 48 months, which is on the right-hand side. SMA is abbreviated for Subdivision Map Act. We propose this approach given that urban lot splits were part of the same housing bill. And a relatively shorter timeline can ensure there is adequate and timely follow-through from applicants. The proposed code amendment is exempt from environmental review. under the guidelines of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. The state's SB 9 legislation states that local ordinances implementing SB 9 are exempt from environmental review because they are not considered a quote-unquote project by CEQA standards. Additionally, the actual SB 9 unit developments and lot splits themselves are exempt from CEQA review. To recap what that means, SB 9 requires SB 9 units and lot splits to be done under a ministerial review and approval process, rather than a discretionary review process. And CEQA already exempts ministerial reviews and projects from environmental review, because, let me clarify, CEQA exempts ministerial review processes from environmental review. They're not considered projects. Thus, the actual SB 9 unit developments and lot splits are exempt from CEQA. On November 8th, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended adoption of the proposed amendments to Title 10, Planning and Zoning. They did not provide a recommendation for Title 11, Subdivisions, because Title 11 is not under the purview of the Planning Commission. Council does have alternatives to introducing the draft ordinance as currently proposed. These alternatives are: introduce the draft ordinance with any modifications as agreed upon by the council, or to not adopt a permanent ordinance, at which point only the state regulations would be applicable to SB 9 projects. Staff recommends that the council conduct the public hearing and introduce the ordinance amending Title 10 Planning and Zoning and Title 11 Subdivisions of the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code. This concludes my presentation for this agenda item, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have as you discuss. Thank you.
Well done. Stand by for our questions. We'll see council. Any questions first? Anyone? Councilor Lesser, start us off.
Miss, and I want to make sure I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Sure.
I'm sorry. Is it Kuvahengwa? That's a
Kuvahengwa, yes.
Terrific report. Thank you very much. This is either for you or for the director. Residents have contacted me about their concerns about how SB 9 is going to change the character of our community with greater intensification of use. We already have urgency ordinances in place which effectively implement the measure, but how might this change our community? I mean, we've already gone through the specificity, and do we have any choice to prevent it? I mean, you've mentioned the alternatives that we have. We can rely on the state law, or we can adopt our modifications of it. But how would you characterize that, or I'll defer to the director?
Well, yeah. Thank you. I think you described it well, Councilmember Lesser, in that we can either choose to abide by the Senate Bill 9 the way the state has written it and adopted it at this time, or we can choose this more robust version that the staff has proposed this evening, which respects the character of our city and establishes additional development regulations in an attempt to further respect the character of our city. Those are really the two options we have. The version you're seeing tonight is more elaborate or further elaborated upon than the urgency ordinance. And so we've now had some time to think about what else can we do and what else can we build into this ordinance? What have our neighbors done? What have other cities throughout the state done? And we took that opportunity and that time to build in additional development regulations, which we believe are appropriate for our city. And we have done so walking a very fine line to make sure that everything is in accordance with Senate Bill 9 and complies with the regulations, and we wouldn't be, compromising the integrity of that law or creating any challenges for ourselves. And so with the urgency ordinance lapsing at the end of this month, and with no further opportunity to extend that ordinance, our recommendation is to adopt a permanent ordinance so that we can apply those regulations in the event that an SB 9 project comes forward.
Okay, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Councilor Napolitano?
Yeah, before we've heard what percentage this really affects of the city in terms of the available lots that might take advantage of this? I think it was less than 5%?
I think it was 3%, correct? 3%.
3%, okay. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Seeing none, we're going to open up public comment. So who wants to talk about this item number 12 and revision our own ordinance enhancing the basic state version to protect our own city as much as we can? Anyone? All right, we're going to go to Zoom. Martha?
There are no raised hands via Zoom.
All right, we'll close public comment, go back to council. Council? Councilor Haworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, this is, I applaud staff and a prior council who adopted an urgency ordinance, but also to the staff, and welcome to our new associate planner. Because they have done everything that is legally, technically correct to put in place some codifications that we can use to protect certain characteristics that we enjoy. And as Councilmember Napolitano mentioned, you know, this will apply, I guess, to less than 3% of what we have of our stock. So yes, well, you know, when you're zoned single-family residence, in this type of community, it can be very, you know, it's a big change. SB 9 is a big change, and it happened up in Sacramento, but I applaud our staff for doing this. And this specific policy, I think, is a really good policy, so I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Edgerton Franklin?
Yes, thank you. And thank you again, Community Development Director Mirzakanian, for spending time with me earlier today to go over this in great detail, as I was concerned about it. There are put in place measures to protect the residential nature of our predominantly residential housing stock here and homes. So I feel very good about that, because I've seen in other parts of, you know, outside of Manhattan Beach, in particularly dense areas, these exact projects happening, where it's divided into four, like a single lot divided into 4 units. And as I described it today, they're all in there, they're tall, and all it seems you're doing is, you know, climbing upstairs to get from one level to another, from your car to the kitchen to the dining room to the bedrooms. They're almost unlivable, and they would be there for a long, long time. And I understand affordability, but in reality, with the parking requirements being diminished, it would create a lot of havoc within a residential area such as ours. So I applaud what you've done. You've been very careful about it. It's going to hold up, so I will be accepting this as well, or voting for it.
Thank you. Councilor Napolitano?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm less optimistic about it. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, this is what's, in my consideration, a classic Hobson's choice, where you think you have a choice and it's really no choice at all. This is the next step in a prolonged process that we started to try to address the issues that SB 9 has raised to maintain the character of our town to the extent that we can. But I think that is illusory in the long run, because this is SB 9. There are more things that have come down the pipe since then. There are more that will be coming regarding housing to try to eliminate the single-family housing that we've known, the yards that we've known, to try to impose upon an East Coast or San Francisco mentality of density, 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 things that we, I think, live here to escape from. But that said, this is the best among bad alternatives. So yes, I'm going to support it, but this is something that, again, calls for constant vigilance. And we raised the issue before about bringing back something. How can we address some of the issues that these things might come up? Because it's not just the fact that you're splitting a lot or you're adding more buildings to it and you're increasing the density, but how they look. Long Beach experienced this with what were called cracker box buildings after they basically let people do what they want there and they reined it in afterward. And so our building standards, we asked that those be brought back. We're going to come back with those. And we'll take another look at those, but I'm under no delusions at all that Sacramento is going to continue to come after us for additional housing. And I agree. We need affordable housing, but how that's done, where it's done, and what it looks like, I think should still have the voice of the people that live in that city and that community to help guide it. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. Councilmember Lesser.
I share many of the concerns of Councilmember Napolitano, and I will be supporting the measure, but I do see it as a not ideal choice. There is a housing crisis in our state. It's more than just affordability. And from Sacramento, we've gotten mandates that are changing the character of our community. 15, 18 years ago, I was proud to have been involved with an effort in our city to create a mansionization ordinance, which I believe our mayor, Montgomery, was on council at the time it was adopted. The whole idea there was to provide for more open space, to have wider setbacks of properties, to try and preserve the character of our community. We have no choice now with SB 9 to basically taper back on what those reforms at that time meant for our community and to adopt this measure now with what the diligent work of staff has provided, opportunities to retain some of our character. But I too have no doubt there are going to be more requirements from Sacramento in this effort to address this housing crisis, which I would acknowledge, but how it's being addressed with legislation that has major penalties and changes the character of individual communities dramatically is a concern. We're going to have to remain vigilant and do what staff has done here to try to do the best we can to preserve our character. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll simply add that I've been an anti-SB 9 proponent from day one. Not a shock to anybody that knows me. But in this case, I don't want to say we're putting up a no-fly zone, which I'd love to have a no-fly zone over Manhattan Beach, but to add some guardrail to the 3% of our city that I can't touch. If you believe Sacramento's doing the right thing, then you'll love the Sacramento one-size-fits-all mentality. You should be happy, but the rest of us are unhappy. This gives us some recourse. So I thank all of you, and all your team, for bringing back something that we can have for protect our own backyards. So with that, I see a first by Councilmember Haworth, a second by Mayor Franklin. Voting screen, please.
Mayor, I'll read the title. Is this a motion to approve, to introduce? Okay. Ordinance number 23-0014, an ordinance of the City of Manhattan Beach adding chapters 10.78 and 11.40 and amending sections 10.12, 11.04030 and 11.12.040 of the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code to implement Senate Bill 9, SB 9.
Perfect. Well said.
Yes.
Voting screen, please.
What he said.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Thank you all. This time, we're going to go to item 13. Again, Content Director, Ms. Connie, you have the floor again.
Yes, thank you. At this time, I would like to introduce our planning manager, Adam Feinstone, to present the staff report.
Welcome, Adam.
Evening. How you folks doing? Evening, Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. My name is Adam Feinstone. I'm the planning manager here of the City of Manhattan Beach. The item before you tonight for consideration is a potential revocation of a use permit for the property located at 1727 Artesia Boulevard. A master use permit was requested for the property in 2005 in order to allow a commercial building greater than 5,000 square feet and a commercial project on a site greater than 10,000 square feet. The master use permit was approved in August of 2006. A number of conditions were placed on the approval, one of which required dedication and improvement of public right-of-way. Specifically, the condition required the dedication of 8 feet of right-of-way along Aviation Boulevard and the construction of a right turn lane from southbound Aviation Boulevard to westbound Artesia Boulevard. The project itself was constructed in 2009, and it currently is occupied by Chase Bank, occupying the entire building. To date, the required right-of-way dedication has not occurred. The right turn lane previously noted has been constructed in reliance on a temporary construction easement, which cannot be released until the dedication of the frontage has been recorded. Section 1084-070B4 of the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code authorizes periodic review of use permits for compliance with conditions of approval. Further, the Municipal Code Section 1084-090D allows for revocation of a use permit if it is being exercised in violation of those conditions. One of the findings for revocation, established by Section 10-104-030D2, is whether the conditions of approval have been violated. The request before you has been reviewed for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act and has been determined to be exempt from further review pursuant to Section 15321 of the state CEQA guidelines, which covers enforcement actions by regulatory agencies. Based on the lack of dedication of right-of-way required as a condition of approval, staff notes that the conditions have been violated. As such, it is recommended that the City Council conduct a public hearing and direct staff to return to the to the Council here with a resolution revoking the use permit. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the Council may have at this time.
Thank you, Adam. Council, any questions of Adam? Councilor Lesser?
No, I'll hold.
Gonna hold? All right, Adam, want to go to a public comment?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable City Council people. I'm here, Ed Lear, on behalf of my client, Michelle Chalfant, who is the owner of the property on which the Chase Bank lies. Martha, can we put the PowerPoint up? This matter started as an eminent domain matter. I've handled hundreds of eminent domain cases throughout California. I was retained by the Chalfants to come in and to negotiate a resolution with the city. We are litigating. We may go to trial, we may not. We're comfortable going to trial. In the hundreds of cases that I've handled, I've never seen what is happening here, to wit, a hearing regarding a revocation of a CUP as a negotiating tactic in order to leverage the money negotiation between the property owner on the one hand and the city on the other. The claim by the city that has just come out in the last week or so is that not only will they be taking, or they have taken, a strip of the land from my client for which they owe just compensation pursuant to the California Constitution, but now they have the gall to ask for $1.4 million from my client for the cost of the improvement. My client is furious. My client has instructed me to look into suing the city for retaliation. Because at the end of the day, what is going on here is that the city is using this CUP revocation order as a way to leverage a better settlement in the eminent domain action. My clients will potentially, not even potentially, once that CUP is revoked, Chase Bank is gone. They're out of business. My clients will lose an awful lot of money, perhaps $1 million, perhaps $2 million in rent that they won't be getting, that they're getting now and will be getting over the course of time by that Chase Bank being out of business. Can we go to the next slide, please? Oh, I do. Sorry. And just to give you a little perspective, the property that we're talking about is on the corner of Artesia and Aviation. And I've put a little square around it so you can see that that's where the Chase Bank is. There was an eminent domain action with respect to creating a right-hand turn lane where Aviation goes into Artesia. That's the dispute that is being litigated as we speak. There's the Chase Bank. You can see the building and the streets around it. That's fundamentally what this is all about. And now, really without any due process, the city is looking to revoke a CUP without a hearing that involves potentially millions of dollars swinging one way or the other. We are asking for, amongst other things, that there be a full hearing with evidence proffered, with expert witnesses, and that hearing be before the Planning Commission prior to coming back to the City Council. As a way of further background, there is a mediation that is coming up on December 20th. That's just in 16 days or so before Justice Kennedy. And we're confident that we can resolve it there. But now we're adding an element of my client being furious with the city's tactics. And that kind of game playing when there's a negotiation and a mediation coming up, in my experience, can very much sway whether there can be a reasonable settlement or not. As you will hear from Ms. Chalfant in a moment, she's mad, and so is her husband. They're very mad at this latest tactic. I've asked them to calm down. I've asked that we go into this mediation in a good faith context, and primarily what I'm asking the City Council today is to defer ruling on any revocation of a CUP today. One, because there has not been adequate due process. Two, there's question as to whether there's been adequate notice given to my clients with respect to the municipal code. Three, there's an issue of whether there has been an accusation that is consistent with the law. And what that means is, up until I saw this PowerPoint 5 minutes ago, we didn't really know what the alleged reasonable grounds are. And I put up on the PowerPoint here that one of the requirements that the city has to comply with is that there be reasonable grounds for revocation. Up until that PowerPoint, we didn't know what the city's grounds were. We're still trying to learn what the city's grounds are, and in fact, my clients have instructed me to depose members of the planning staff that is making this recommendation, because we don't know. And so we're here primarily to ask you to consider, one, the right of my clients to have full due process, to have a full hearing. Is my time up?
Mr. Laird, you have 10 minutes total. You used 5, so your choice of the 5 minutes.
Thank you. To, one, allow us to have a full hearing with due process where we can make the appropriate arguments, where we can have expert witnesses, where my clients can testify, where we can depose planning staff members, where we can cross-examine them, and that we can have a robust colloquy with respect to how justice is done. That's one, and that's easily done by deferring your decision today on a revocation of the CUP. Secondly, and maybe just as importantly, is this issue of the mediation that's coming up in 16 days. Don't do anything today that's going to have an impact that may result in a prohibition of a settlement, to wit, my furious client, who will speak in a moment about how mad she is about this. In fact,
hello, I'm Michelle Chalfant. I'm the owner of the property in question. We've owned the property since early 2014 when we purchased it for our trust that has been in existence for close to 55 years now. It's a family-owned trust. The Chase Bank was built on the property when we purchased it because of the fact of the previous owner never letting us know that he made a deal with the city, and it never was recorded by the city, that we had no idea that somebody was going to come along years later, after we've owned it now close to 10 years, and tell us, we're taking your property. And we have no clue until, like my attorney said, why. You want to lose a Chase Bank, a nice piece of property, they're going to pick up and they're going to leave, and you're going to have a vacant piece of property sitting in Manhattan Beach, which is probably not a good idea on a nice corner like that. We ask and hope that you will realize that there have been some problems in this case with the previous owner not doing what he was supposed to. I am innocent. My family trust is innocent. And to chase a Chase Bank out of Manhattan Beach, that is a big moneymaker for Manhattan Beach. We have never caused any trouble, no problems. We don't have anything on there that's not supposed to be on there. We just take care of the property and enjoy being there. But we'll see what happens. We need to have some answers on why you want to get rid of us. We don't know. We have no idea.
Thank you. Well said. Just to quickly summarize, so what we'd really like today is, one, a deferral of any revocation of a CUP for the aforementioned reasons. We'd like to go to the mediation on December 20th, just a couple weeks down the line, without having to deal with a revoked CUP. I promise you we will appeal. I promise you we will continue the fight for all the aforementioned reasons. And I think it's an easy decision, at least today, to say that my client deserves more due process by having a full hearing rather than 10 minutes in front of a city council, so that we can put on the evidence and we can essentially try to get a more fair adjudication. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lear, Ms. Chalfant. Thank you both. Anyone else here have any comments they'd like to make? All right. Martha? Anyone on Zoom care to talk about this item?
Yes, we have Lisa McCurdy.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. Thank you for allowing me a moment to speak here. My name is Lisa McCurdy. I'm an attorney at Greenberg Traurig, and we represent the little party caught in the middle here that you've heard about, Chase Bank. And really, I bottom line want to reiterate the request that you just heard from Mr. Lear to, at a minimum, defer this until we've had an opportunity to mediate. Chase Bank will be participating in that mediation as well. And barring a resolution following that, to also request a full hearing on this issue. Chase has been a tenant on the property for over 10 years now, and the proposed action would obviously prevent, as Mrs. Chalfant mentioned, the bank from continuing to operate as we understand it. But, you know, there's no issue with the building. The eminent domain project that you heard mentioned has been completed. So this is really a financial dispute between the city and the property owner, but we've got my client here, Chase, stuck in the middle at risk of having its tenancy rights terminated effectively. And we likewise believe that it would be done if it were done today without sufficient due process. And, you know, you've got an established bank, a tenant that's at as much risk of harm in some ways as the property owner. They too are extraordinarily concerned about this. So again, I'm here to respectfully request that this matter be deferred, and should it come on the agenda again, to allow it to go forward with a full hearing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lisa. Our next speaker? Anyone else on Zoom?
There's no additional requests via Zoom.
Speak on this item?
Yes.
Please.
It's the first time I'm hearing about this, and while I don't know all the details, it is really disheartening to hear that Chase Bank might be, forced to leave, and it would not be the first time the city has what looks like bullied a business out, and it's really sad to hear about this. It kind of reminds me of, I don't know if it's similar at all, but Ferris Adamo getting moved out of here. So the smoke shop and stuff, he got a business license and then from the city, and then he's not allowed to sell tobacco, which is his 100% of his product. Anyways, it just kind of gave similar vibes, and I just wanted to let you guys know about my displeasure about this whole thing, and I hope you have a lot more time and consideration to work with all the parties involved and not make any hasty decisions here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here have a comment about this? Seeing none. And no one has hand raised on Zoom. Close public comment. Councilmember Lesser, start us off.
I want to pose my questions, I think, to the city attorney, if I could. I'm a little bit confused. My reading of the report and the presentation is that the Planning Commission, in originally entitling this property on August 15th, 2006, included a condition of approval that required the dedication of the right-of-way. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is a subsequent owner of a property exempt from the underlying condition of approval?
No, in fact, there's also a condition that it runs with the land and affects it. Even successors of interest or in interest have to comply with the conditions.
The principal request is that we defer action. But if council were to move forward and approve what is being requested by staff, would we not have another meeting before we would actually formally move forward with the revocation of the condition use?
You are correct. At the request, I think it was the attorney for Chase, said, can you defer this till later? And so we agreed to defer council taking action on the actual resolution. So the adoption of the resolution is the official act. What staff is recommending now is that you direct staff to draft a resolution. That's not the official action. Council has to come back. They'll get due process once again to consider that resolution if that's the direction of the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wants, Councilor Metropolitano?
Question to the city attorney also, or planning staff, and that is, that an issue was brought up about the noticing. Do we have issues with the noticing? Do we notice like every other?
Evening, thank you. Notices were sent out for this item consistent with how they are for any other public hearing and consistent with the zoning code.
Okay, and what is that noticing?
We send out a mailer 15 days out from the date of the hearing, and it's published in the newspaper as well. I think that it was a week and a half ago.
And then it's
2 weeks
sent
ago
to what, the address that's on file at the county?
Correct.
Assessor's
Correct.
office?
Yes.
Thank you.
So in addition to that, we sent courtesy notices to, I believe, both attorneys, but definitely the attorney for the property owner. And so let me just address that issue of due process, because they've been given due process. It's a simple question. Have you complied with this condition or not? And they've been offered an opportunity to speak. We gave them courtesy notices. All the notices that went to the public fully complied with state law and the municipal code. So this is due process. I can't imagine what witnesses would be needed to whether they complied with this condition or not.
Well, while you deliberate, I just want to read something from the staff report. Page 1. I heard someone use the phrase, take the property. And if you didn't read the staff report, you would think we're talking about the whole property. It's not true. If you read the staff report, he's talking about an 8-foot wide right-of-way dedication along the Aviation Boulevard frontage to accommodate the future installation of a right turn lane from southbound Aviation Boulevard to westbound Artesia Boulevard. We're talking about 8 foot wide. And although you drive it every day, that's already in place. This isn't a future. This is already in place. So someone uses the word taking the property, we're talking about 8 foot wide that's already been in place. Second piece of that, the property owner has to date neither dedicated the property nor paid for the improvement. So you're wondering what the city has into it, $1,456,257. So I want to make sure that's clear. We're not talking about a smoke shop here, folks. We're not talking banning tobacco. We're talking about something that's in place today. So I make sure everybody understands that. So, Councilman Palumbo, you're back up.
Question again, sorry, I forgot this one, but so we're not revoking the conditional use permit tonight, as you stated.
Yeah, correct. You haven't taken any action tonight, but staff's recommendation is to draft a resolution that will be considered later on.
Okay, and when would that be brought back to council?
I think we have, in accordance with their wishes, it will be after the 20th.
Okay, and the 20th is the mediation, right?
Yes.
And so the actual revocation for consideration wouldn't come back until after that mediation anyway?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
For clarity's sake, the 20th of this month, December?
Yes, the 20th of this year.
Perfect. All right, council. And the question, I need a recommendation one way or the other. What you want to do?
Okay, I'll speak. All right. So, Your Honor, for all the reasons stated here already, and the fact that what we're doing here, which is contrary to some of the things that were stated earlier, we're not revoking the conditional use permit by our action tonight. We're directing staff to draft one, bring it back, and that won't be brought back until after the mediation, which was the request anyway, that we don't revoke it until after the mediation. We're not even going to consider the revocation until after the mediation. So I think what we're doing here is consistent with what's in the interest of the city and is consistent with what the party in interest here, the property owner, has asked for, which is don't revoke it until after. And we're not chasing Chase Bank out because we haven't revoked the conditional use permit. With that, I would, we've conducted the public hearing. I would direct staff to bring forward a resolution revoking the use permit issued for the subject property at a future date to be considered by the council anew, because we're not making that decision tonight.
Okay, that is your motion.
Yes.
I have a second.
Yeah, I would support that.
All right, no other comments. We have a first from Council Paltano and a second by Councilmember Haworth. Voting screen, please.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you all. We're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be back.
Can we go live?
Great, welcome back. Recess is over. Reconvene for item number 14, led by Parks and Rec Director Mark Lehman. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Carrie Bell, our Senior Recreation Supervisor, will be providing the overview for this item.
Great. Welcome, Carrie.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Carrie Bell, and I am here to present information on a Manhattan Beach Juneteenth celebration for your consideration. Here is an overview of items I will discuss during the presentation. On April 18th, 2023, City Council directed staff and the Parks and Recreation Commission to return to City Council with a robust plan to hold a citywide celebration of Juneteenth in 2024 and to consider several possible locations for the event. The creation of a robust plan for a 2020 Juneteenth celebration required expansive community outreach, including informal conversations with a variety of stakeholders, inclusive community meetings, and a survey with 1,730 responses. In order to explore the possibility of a Juneteenth event, the Parks and Recreation Commission created an ad hoc committee. I would like to recognize Commissioner Tracy Wins, Commissioner Larry Symbolist, and Student Commissioner Daniel Greenberg for their contributions. The committee had 3 official meetings with staff to discuss a possible Juneteenth event and assisted with developing community outreach opportunities and recommendations. Community engagement opportunities were advertised via printed postcards, city website, social media accounts, email distribution lists. The Daily Breeze and Beach Reporter also covered the collaborative effort in their newspapers. Community engagement was composed of survey, 2 community meetings, additional individual small group conversations, as many community members reached out to the Parks and Recreation Commission, ad hoc committee members, and staff to discuss their ideas for Juneteenth. Consideration by the Parks and Recreation Commission at their meeting on November 27th as well. The first Juneteenth community listening session meeting was in July 2023. This included discussion on understanding the meaning and significance of the national holiday, Juneteenth, with the community sharing ideas and receiving input regarding what activities could and should be included in an event. There were around 40 people that attended. Some of the possible ideas for Juneteenth activities from the first meeting include music, art, food, a speaker series, games, storytelling, and art projects for kids, special programs at schools, and partnerships with organizations and businesses. The top identified locations for the events were Pollywog Park and Bruce's Beach Park. The Juneteenth survey opened from July to October 2023 and gathered additional information from 1,730 respondents. This slide has an example of questions that were asked and some of the results from that survey. The ad hoc committee and staff recognized that this is not a statistical valid survey, as it was open for 5 months for anyone to take, but the intent was to use it as one of the several tools to gather community input. The second community meeting was in November on 2023. This meeting included members of the MiraCosta's Black Scholars Union Club. In this meeting, I shared planning details for the Juneteenth event that I worked on with the city of Pasadena, and the organization Black and Mayberry discussed how they facilitated the Juneteenth event in El Segundo, which was done earlier this year. Both cities had large Juneteenth events, which had vendors, music, and food. The three recommendations that were suggested in this meeting were a Juneteenth festival at Pollywog Park, Saturday, June 22nd, 2024, with music, food, and vendors. Also, a community celebration processional in the morning at Bruce's Beach Park on Wednesday, June 19th, 2024, including a speaker, gospel music, and a short walk to the ocean sand. And they also suggested the use of an event planner. The Parks and Recreation Commission unanimously supported these three recommendations at their meeting November 27th, 2023. Here is an estimated cost, estimated budget breakdown for the Juneteenth Festival at Pollywog Park. So as you can see, it has stage and sound, performers, and different items on that. If approved, we would negotiate the best possible cost. This slide has a budget breakdown for the Juneteenth community processional. And as you can see, that would be $5,500 to $6,500. And again, if approved, we would negotiate the best possible cost. And on this slide, we have other city-sponsored celebration costs. So you can kind of get an idea of how, different events that the city does and the cost for each. Up there you see flags, Veterans Day, and other events. Okay. So, in closing, staff recommends that the City Council approve the proposed plan for a Juneteenth community celebration in 2024 and include a Juneteenth festival at Pollywog Park, a community processional at Bruce's Beach Park, and the use of an event planner. And if approved, appropriate $30,000 from the general fund to facilitate these events. Staff also would like you to know that if the Juneteenth event is approved, we will build in a community evaluation during the event to get feedback in anticipation of returning to the City Council for direction on future celebrations. Thank you for your opportunity to speak, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Carrie. Council, any questions of Carrie while she's here? Any questions? Councilmember Haworth and Councilmember Lesser after that.
Yeah, hi, Carrie. Nice to meet you. Do you know how many times did the Parks and Rec commissioners discuss the proposal at one meeting, or was it over a couple meetings, or?
I'll refer that to Melissa.
Yeah, or somebody. Yeah. It's hard when you're new, and then we
Yeah.
throw these historical questions at you.
Sure. Hello, Council. Melissa McCollum, Senior Recreation Manager. So the commission did speak about it at some level of detail every meeting, I think, until April. I think we reported back.
Since April.
Since April, yes.
Right.
We reported in April the direction from City Council to add that to their work plan. They created the ad hoc committee, and then at every Parks and Rec Commission meeting, the leads of those subcommittees do give a report. So they talked about the listening session, they talked about the survey being open, but the full discussion under general business was in November.
Okay, that's great. That's helpful. Thanks so much.
Mayor, if I may, just briefly.
Yes.
I want to make it clear that the staff's recommendation is that you discuss and provide direction on this. We are not suggesting approval of a particular event or anything at this point. We want your input.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Lesser?
An earlier speaker, I'm not sure to whom I should direct the question, but an earlier speaker raised questions of logistics at Bruce's Beach Park. I mean, obviously, he was referring to the size, parking issues, sound. I mean, certainly if there's amplified sound, there's residences nearby. I'm just wondering, has staff identified what some of those logistical challenges are? They've obviously been discussed by the prior council when it considered variations on allowing special activities there outside the city. But has staff identified what some of those logistics are and how they might be mitigated?
Sure. For the Bruce's Beach Park event, we were looking at a very small morning event that would last maybe an hour, and with a gospel choir, maybe singing a few songs, a couple speakers, and then just walking to the beach. So I don't know how much that would impact parking. We are looking into that, but we're just looking for a small meeting spot just to have a peaceful event.
Okay.
For an hour. Not a long event with a lot of music, just a few songs from a choir and a procession to the beach.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, you're up.
Sure, thank you. Hi, Carrie.
Hi.
Welcome. And thanks for your work on this. So the procession, where is it exactly going to? Because it wasn't on the report, like from point A to point B.
Right. We haven't thought of the exact, like where it's going to start, where it's going to end. It was just input that the community wanted to do. They thought it would be nice to walk to the beach, but we don't have the exact, like, we're going to walk a block, 2 blocks, or how it's going to actually pan out. Those were just the suggestions that the community asked for during our meetings.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's not a procession from Bruce's Beach to Pollywog Park? For the,
No. It would just be like from Bruce's Beach, just down to the beach. Just walk down the street to the beach, yeah.
Right.
Not like a parade or anything, just walking down to the beach, yeah. Like
Okay.
parades.
And so is this going to be 2 different days then? The procession
Well-
and then the Pollywog?
Yeah,
Festival?
so Bruce's Beach event would be the actual Juneteenth date. So it'd be June 19th in the morning. And then for the Pollywog event, which would be a larger event, that would be on June 22nd. That's just the dates we're looking at right now.
And I'm sorry, what day of the week is?
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
No, I know the
Saturday.
the
Saturday.
18th, so then it's fine, so that's Saturday, okay. And then what hours do you anticipate?
We haven't talked about the exact hours yet for Pollywog Park.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it looked like after how many months did you get like the 270 some odd replies,
I would-
surveys?
Sure. I wrote
Before it
that.
went to Pollywog Park?
Sure.
So the survey went live in July, and I believe that Miracosta took the survey in October, beginning of October.
So
So about 3?
July, August, September?
Yes.
And then October, it went to Miracosta?
To Miracosta, but it was also remained live on the website, so potentially additional people took the survey during that time also until it closed officially.
Okay, was that just to, but explain the process. Why was that done?
Sure. So the ad hoc committee was just very interested in getting as much input as possible from the community in a variety of ways. So the survey and the community meetings, and then all of the individual conversations that they had with community members. So from the very beginning, they wanted, we had a student commissioner who was part of those conversations, wanted the input of students. I think it was actually mentioned at your April meeting, there was interest from one of the council members about involving youth from the very beginning. If you are interested more in those survey results, we do have a slide that may help describe in even more detail the responses from everybody, the responses pre-Miracosta, and then also the responses from 18 and over, because I know that there were some additional public comments today asking about that specifically.
Okay, so you have that ready?
I do. If
Okay.
if you would like to see it, we can bring up those slides.
Council?
Want to say that for after public comment on it now?
You can say it.
We'll go for it now.
It might inform other people's comments. So.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I hope that you can read that. Maybe they can bring up the slide larger, so everybody can see it. But again, what we reported at the Parks and Rec Commission was all responses, because the ad hoc committee was really just so grateful that 1,300 youth and over 400 adults participated in the survey. That really is quite a bit for a survey that is administered by staff and by commissioners, as opposed to a paid survey consultant. So in what you'll see here, for total responses, about 76.5% did support a 2024 community celebration, 23.43% no. At our Parks and Rec Commission meeting, we had an audience member who was interested to know what the results were pre-Maricosta, and so you'll see that in that second. And it was more evenly split there, with 76.85% yes, about 53.15% no. And the numbers in parentheses are the number of actual survey respondents for that question. Today, in some of the public comments, it did look like the questions were more less about Maricosta's participation versus, what did the youth think, what do survey respondents 18 and over think, and so that is the breakdown that you see here. And apologies for not getting to this to you earlier. It's just the same survey data, but just sorted in a different way. So there, the results are 59.31% do support a Juneteenth community celebration, and then 40.69% do not. And again, the numbers 239 and 164 in terms of the adults that provided input in this way. You'll see the other two questions that were highlighted in the staff report on the next two slides, broken down in the same way. I've got the clicker, so I will move it. Sorry about that. Is it moving? There we go. So again, how likely are you to attend? All responses before the Maricosta survey, and then the 18 and over. That one, the highlight is about 64% of all the respondents are likely to attend. And again, this was without the details of what that Juneteenth celebration might look like. And then the comparisons for both pre-Maricosta and just the 18 and overs. And finally, there's the breakdown for what should a Juneteenth celebration include, and a lot of overlap among all of those different categories. Visual arts and performing arts are in all of them. And I will say, even for that all 18 and over category at the end, the differences were 1 or 2 votes. So between speaker series and performing arts, I think there was 1 vote different, and it was within 10 for all of those top 3. So there is interest in all of those different categories being a part of a Juneteenth celebration, either now or in the future. And then my last comment about the survey, and I'm happy to answer any more questions that you have about it. Just a reminder that in April, the direction was not to survey the community about if there's interest in a Juneteenth celebration or not. The direction was really to come back with robust recommendations for either a celebration or an acknowledgement of Juneteenth. So this really was, from the ad hoc committee's perspective and staff's perspective, just one tool for gathering input and information. So I hope that's helpful. Any other questions related to the survey? Or
No.
Okay.
Just a further question.
Sure.
Approximately how much staff time has been involved with everything, with this?
Quite a bit. I don't have an hourly report for you, but like with any commission work plan item, there's a lot of staff involvement in that, and so and because of the direction we received, we've been involved with that ad hoc committee closely, as well as we know there's a lot of interest from the youth, from other community members, and we've happily had all of those conversations.
Okay, great. No further questions.
Councilman Napolitano?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's a question wrapped in a riddle, really, but in a comment as well, though, because I'm tempted, I'm putting this out to my colleagues, because we've got people here to come down and speak, and I imagine we're about to take public comment now. But even after that public comment, I'm tempted to ask that this be brought back again, because I'm concerned that we came out with this supplemental information, just yesterday, and the community hasn't had a chance to really digest it as they should in their comments and their considerations. And this is important information that, I would have hoped it was in the staff report to begin with, and it wasn't, and I think that may have skewed some of the discussion, some of the consideration already, but I'll just put that on the back burner. We'll listen to what everyone says, but I really think that, going forward, we really need to get this stuff in so that everyone has that consideration from the Wednesday on, and have all the information that we have, not, right at the meeting.
Thank you. Councilor Haworth?
Yeah, can I just ask, or I know I can, actually.
Yes, you can.
Yes, I can. I don't have to ask permission. Councilmember Napolitano, I want to clarify, when you talk about the supplemental information, are you talking about the survey results specifically, or like what is the public not have a
Everything,
chance?
the breakdown of what the suggested costs are.
Okay,
The information on what we spend on other events in comparison, because people have brought up the issue, well, what do you spend on 4th of July? What do you spend on Christmas?
Okay.
Or holiday lights, whatever you want to call them, the Veterans Day, things like that. This is
Okay.
information that is informative, and it helps us, but we want to help the public and
Understand.
inform their comments as well.
I just wanted to, sometimes it's obvious to us, but I appreciate you breaking it down. Great, thank you.
Other questions?
That's it. That's the only question I have.
Anyone else has a question with Carrie? All right, thank you, Carrie.
Okay,
Stand
thank
by.
you.
Folks, a lot of people want to talk, so it's 2 minutes per person. You don't have to use all 2 minutes, up to you, but we'll take public comment, come up to the podium, start, give us your name or not, up to you. Don't all run down at once. Anyone want to talk, this is your chance. You want to talk on this item? Bill, not you. You stay there, Bill. We'll give you a microphone.
Go for it.
Let me get Bill a mic. Go ahead, sir, you're up.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Donnie Ward, and I am the president of the Black Scholars Union at Maricosta High School. As an African-American resident of Manhattan Beach, I find it imperative that we host a Juneteenth celebration annually, not only to celebrate the history of African Americans, but to also educate those who aren't knowledgeable about our history. It may be under the assumption that people within this community will not deem the incorporation of this holiday essential, but I can assure you that isn't true. The youth standing before you are a testament to that fact. We care. We want everyone to acknowledge the things we have gone through as a culture. We want our ancestors to be recognized for the hardships they endured for years on end. Celebrating Juneteenth offers a chance for everyone to learn about the struggles and triumphs of those who came before us, fostering a sense of empathy, awareness, and a commitment to justice. This holiday commemorates the perseverance, strength, and resilience of African Americans through much adversity. Opal Lee, a retired black teacher who was regarded as the grandmother of Juneteenth, once said, "We have simply got to make people aware that none of us are free until we're all free, and we aren't free yet. Simply stated, nobody is free until everyone is free." And so, this holiday will open up space for conversations about diversity, inclusion, and the beauty that arises when different cultures come together. These conversations are vital in cultivating a community that values and appreciates the richness of its diversity, ensuring that the youth grow up with a profound understanding of the strength that comes from unity and diversity. This is especially important in these times where the broadcasting and awareness of the devaluation of African American lives have been at an all-time high due to the vast reach of social media platforms, from George Floyd to Breonna Taylor to Tamir Rice. My people are scared and afraid that people won't accept them for who they are and will instead harm them for it. By recognizing and celebrating African Americans' freedom, we send a powerful message to our youth that their backgrounds, no matter how diverse, are valued and essential to the fabric of our community and our nation. Once again, my name is Donnie Ward, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Annie. Appreciate that. Our next speaker. You guys come on down. There'll be no waiting line. Come on down. Everyone gets a chance to speak. Don't be shy. All right. There you go.
Hello, esteemed members. My name is Janet Allen. I am a loyal staff member of Maricosta High School. I am the school psychologist and active faculty advisor for several of our student engagement clubs at our campus. The last 22 years being at Manhattan Beach Middle School and Maricosta High School. And I just want to tell you, as a loyal staff member, I've helped plan and recruit several activities. I've been part and witnessed several activities in the city of Manhattan Beach for our youth, helped plan several activities that focused on support, inclusion, diversity within our city, and I thank you so much for supporting those activities these last 22 years. Currently, I've helped plan and recruit the anticipated celebration for Juneteenth. I'm so proud to be part of the July and November meetings of the Manhattan Beach Parks and Recs Commission. I'm so proud to help and show that encouragement and enthusiasm and show this to our students. I'm here today because we have many student volunteers at MiraCosta High School here and at school who are thirsty for civic engagement, who are thirsty to be part and active in activities year-round, that we feel this celebration would provide a notable opportunity for these students for their educational endeavors. As part of our school district's commitment to No Place for Hate for all 7 campuses, K through 12, this celebration offers the opportunity for campus-wide planning, engagement, and learning of American history. The City of Manhattan Beach will provide a wonderful example of our students to see how the city supports their learning of American history and national holidays for civic engagement and celebration. I strongly encourage that you consider and approve this wonderful celebration to be offered for children, families, and adults of Manhattan Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janet. Our next speaker.
Happy birthday.
Hi, my name is Maddie Hutchinson, and I'm a teacher at MiraCosta High School. From the day I was born until the moment I moved away to college, I lived in Manhattan Beach, attending Pacific, MBMS, and Costa myself. I'd love to say that I'm a current resident, but like most teachers I know, I can't afford to live here, but that's a conversation for another time. Tonight, I'm here to advocate for a thoughtful, educational, inclusive Juneteenth celebration. Progress comes from facing difficult truths head-on, not from hiding from them. Taking time to create a meaningful celebration that educates all of us on the meaning of Juneteenth is a simple, responsible, and powerful step in the right direction as a community. It is an opportunity to center and amplify a population that has been historically disregarded and mistreated, including in our own community, evidenced by events like the eviction of the Bruce family, the firebombing of the Clinton family, the use of the N-word by middle schoolers at a football game last year, and more. A recent survey showed that many students at MiraCosta responded positively to the idea of a Juneteenth celebration where they can learn. I am disappointed to hear that community members are pushing back with the argument that these young people's voices are less valid because they don't currently own property and pay taxes. So often I have heard that people move here because of our incredible schools. Yet when we see young people in those schools advocate for themselves, many are quick to disregard them. I'm not sure that makes sense. We are so lucky to have young people willing to learn, just as we're lucky to have these young people here tonight willing to advocate. The truth is that we owe it to everyone, but especially the youngest members of our community, to ensure that their lives are enriched with opportunities to learn. If we consider what makes up a community, it is more than just folks that pay taxes. It is the people who live here, work here, play here, teach here, assist those who reside here, and more. A failure to consider the needs and interests of all, especially in the name of a celebration surrounding the end of slavery in America, seems like something we should avoid. Please support a Juneteenth celebration and invest in ensuring it is done thoughtfully and thoroughly.
Almost there.
Thank you.
Our next speaker. Anyone here not a teacher? Come on. You guys step up first. Come on. There you go. All right.
Sorry.
Hi. Take your time. No rush.
Sorry. My name is Septis Peters, and I am I'm a senior at MiraCosta High School.
Welcome.
Sorry, my note is currently not loading. Oh, nope, here it is. It is extremely important to me, not just as a young Black person, but as a student at MiraCosta High, that Juneteenth is celebrated and acknowledged more greatly than it is now by the city of Manhattan Beach. The people in this community and going through our school system right now deserve to know the importance of the holiday, not just because of the brevity of what happened to Bruce's Beach here, but because the youth of this city must have more. As someone from a different city moving to a Manhattan Beach school, it was shocking to see just how somewhat closed off the students around me were to exploring other cultures. I think that with education comes curiosity, and with curiosity comes admiration and empathy. Thank you for your time.
Well done. Our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Daniel Cashman. I'm a teacher at Maricosta. I work on our Equity, Diversity, Social Justice, Inclusion Committee. I work on our Ethnic Studies Committee. I work with our Gender Sexuality Alliance, and I work with our Black Scholars Union. And I am here just because I am yet again inspired by these young people that I have the privilege to work with. And they inspire me to come here and advocate on the behalf of them and everyone in this community who deserves to have a celebration like this. This is a national holiday. This is something that we should, as a community, be at the forefront of wanting to celebrate all of those in our community, not just a few. And just because certain individuals, young people, don't happen to be currently paying taxes, don't happen to be currently owning property in this city, should not exclude them from the opportunity to be represented. I would hope that you all would hope that someday they return to this city and become taxpayers and become property owners and invest in this community, and hopefully that's because this community invested in them.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Theodora Thuthabo, and I'm a sophomore at Maricosta High School, as well as the Vice President of the Black Scholars Union. I am a Pacific Islander American and do not have any African American heritage. However, I am here today to express how empowering and celebrating Black voices and experiences is not only essential to Black communities, but everyone in Manhattan Beach. The liberation of all marginalized people are predicated on the liberation of Black people, and that is my connection. And it's the connection that many Manhattan Beach community members have as well. Being a member of a generation where everything is polarized, I've observed a pattern, a dangerous one. Something that is especially evident in this area that we commune in today, and shamefully is in all of us. We feel a detachment to things that do not pertain to people who look like us. We lose all sense of obligation and sense of responsibility when we find out that a problem is busy affecting others and not affecting us. We feel safe. However, this surface level thinking has dug a deeper hole than we ever imagined. By not addressing, not acknowledging, and most importantly, not celebrating the triumphs and achievements of Black people, we become complicit to the problem. To acknowledge our failures as friends, neighbors, and most importantly, humans, we need to acknowledge our history. We are on the land today, formerly known as Bruce's Beach. And everyone standing here and everyone that lives in this city benefits from the violence and displacement of Bruce's family. Black history is American history, and the celebration of Juneteenth is something to be commemorated by everyone here. Thank you.
Well done. Our next speaker. We're not clapping until the end, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening. I know it's kind of hard for you, right? It wasn't built for someone as tall as you. You're good to go.
All right. I am also a Pacific Islander myself, and I have no Black heritage in me, but we also agree that Juneteenth should be celebrated in the city, and due to its significance that it shows how the African Americans were able to change history just for standing up for something that is wrong, and I believe that that is very powerful, especially in a world like this. I know that this can influence other people on how hate shouldn't exist in this world, but instead, it should be, it should be a place in a world for us to better ourselves from. This world may not have a good beginning, but we sure can make it a good ending, starting by correcting any influence that has from the tragic past. I know that that Juneteenth, maybe if you guys will be willing to support it and fund it, and I believe that hate should not exist, but whether freedom and peace should be in this world. As for the city of Manhattan Beach, thank you for having the time to listen to me, and have a good night.
You're welcome. Good job. Our next speaker.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm Carter Allen. I see the Juneteenth celebration as a great opportunity to represent those who don't really who never really had voices or weren't really able to express themselves. Throughout history, many people from the beginning were oppressed by maybe certain groups of people, and then in certain places, many people would began to rise up and were able to express their ideas freely. And as that kept happening, people from maybe different ethnic, races, or gender backgrounds were able to express themselves equally. And while they did this, some people still view them with hate. And though they're viewed with hate, people can still see if they know about their holidays and culture, would be able to also share their passion for their cultures and also look at them with confidence and pride. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Julie Brody, and I'm speaking as someone who is a business owner here in the city of Manhattan Beach. And I proudly would like to speak also from the background of someone who has a background in public accounting with the Big Four firms and currently serves as a financial advisor, very well versed on financial statements. I have been recognized in 146 countries around this world for seeing to the needs of community efforts. So I proudly stand here today also as the parents of 2 retired educators of more than 80 years combined, and have seen the impact that when we educate and when we make sure our communities are aware of the historical impact that past actions and events have had, it provides for a better future. I also serve on 2 boards of directors that are global, that also serve youth here in America, 2 boards. And I know that they are better, all the better for, and have increased their reach every single time because they have made it a very distinct effort to make sure that cultural and community awareness is the foreground of how we push our youth forward. So I stand here today as someone, again, a business owner here in the city of Manhattan Beach who proudly supports the recognition of a Juneteenth event here in the city and the proposal that was presented here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Our next speaker. Mr. Victor, we're going to give you the microphone. 2 minutes. Bill, 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Bill Victor. I'm a taxpayer. I'm very delighted about this plan, okay? And I make sure I was the only non on the faculty of St. Helena's in the Bronx while I was putting myself through law school, okay? And I think it's wonderful to support in every way diversity. You have, I brought this sign to talk about it today. MB stands united against hate. Well, there's no more meaningful way to do this to have this pop out of the sign. And actually, during my birthday in next year, if I'm living that long, June 22nd, so I think this is a great birthday gift to me, okay? So I just want to tell you that also you may want to include some of the restaurants in town to have, I didn't see anything in this presentation where restaurants can participate and make things that will be specific for this holiday. And I think it would be wonderful to have them doing this as well. And I didn't hear that. Oh, sorry. Well, you missed out on my great talk. But anyway, I just think it's wonderful. And this is really a great birthday gift if I live that long, next June 22nd. So I just want to tell you, I support it 100%. When I had my fire, I learned that the people who were supporting the getting my terrible looking building removed successfully called me a dirty Jew, okay? So I don't think it's very good. I talked to a number of religious leaders before I thought I'd ever bring this up here, but it seems appropriate. I think we need some help in Manhattan Beach too, okay? And I think this is just wonderful that we can have a record of doing this wonderful thing next June 20th.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. Our next speaker, you guys come on down. Only one left? The only last of all you guys? We got one student left? All right. Hey.
Hi, I am Catherine Glavin, a senior at Maricosta High. In a predominantly white community, I believe it is our duty to provide spaces for education on historical matters pertaining to the Black community of Manhattan Beach, as their history here is Manhattan Beach history. Juneteenth is a national holiday, just like many others that are publicly celebrated in this community. As a future taxpayer, I believe these funds are going towards the greater progress of our community, progress we should support and propel. I know many students who would appreciate an event like this to learn more about their peers, history, and neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Looking left. Anybody else over there want to talk? This is your chance.
Yeah, Santa's coming down.
All right, good. Santa's on his way down. Perfect.
Hi, my name is Maliki Garbeau. I'm a senior at Maricosta, and I am of mixed origins, but I am part African American. And I would just like to say, I didn't prepare anything today for you all, but like I felt inspired for who I came to support, and I just wanted to say, like, in my communities and with the people that I know and talk to, and the people that like I associate with, some people can be like students in my like school and whatnot can be very like upfront about their racist or like bad ideologies, and I feel like in our communities we do experience people that can be that way and will stand up and like say that stuff and like be bigoted in that way. And I just want to like say that this celebration and this understanding can help to like spread awareness that can maybe like shy away some of that ignorance in our audiences and like students that weren't raised or like taught properly on like how to view the world and how to interact with people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker. Hi.
Hi, my name is Skylar Wills, and I'm a senior at Maricosta, and I'm also a proud member of my school's BSU. I just wanted to say prior to this meeting, me and my friends had a little extra time, and so we visited the library and looked at some old news articles from this city, and we were basically reading the 1920s articles on how Bruce's Beach was taken away. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that this is like this city's history, and I feel like a lot of people don't really know all the aspects of this, and it was really nice to read these articles and see how things were interpreted during that time. And I also think that it's very important for us to have this celebration not only as like a way to acknowledge Black culture and Black American culture, but to also educate different people in this town, and to also it's also a way to bring everyone together during these times. So I think that for not only me being African American, but also youth here in general, it's very important to educate them and also celebrate our culture. Thank you.
Well done. You got time left, too. Anybody else?
Hi, my name is Diana Scar, and I'm a Manhattan Beach resident. I'm here tonight to express my support of the proposed Juneteenth celebrations. I had a chance to share my thoughts in the community survey sent in July. I participated in the community feedback session on November 4th, and I provided public comment during the Parks and Rec Commission meeting on November 27th. And I have a full-time job. So I share this all to highlight that the city has provided many opportunities to provide feedback and engagement. So I am proud to be speaking today as an informed, tax-paying resident. I know that there has been some criticism on the survey and whether we have heard from enough residents to know that we have a majority of support. I think the reality is that the cultural makeup of our city, which is less than 1% Black, will prove it difficult to show that. And I think we need to be culturally sensitive to that versus allowing residents to use our demographics to reduce the significance of Juneteenth. I believe the city hosting the processional at Bruce's Beach on actual Juneteenth is a great way to honor the cultural importance to the Black community. Parks and Rec has proposed a solemn event that would last no more than 1 hour, and our city has already shown with the plaque dedication at Bruce's Beach back in March that we are able to successfully host such events respectfully without disruption to our neighbors. I also appreciate the idea of a music festival at Polywalk Park the Saturday after Juneteenth. This is a time where the broader community can celebrate the joys of freedom, enjoy good food, good music, good vibes, no different from how the concerts in the park bring the community together today. Regarding some of the public comments in this packet that I've perused, the main thing I want to highlight is that the city has a responsibility to curate a safe space by directing the conversation and sentiments of the public towards a positive, unified, and welcoming direction. Support or even silence from our leadership in the face of racist or discriminatory commentary would only validate such toxic sentiments, and I don't think that anyone would welcome that. So please, thank you.
Well done. Next speaker. Nobody else to my left? You sure? To my right. All right.
Michael Jenkins, 45-year resident of Manhattan Beach, taxpayer and property owner. I want to first acknowledge the passionate and articulate young people who came here tonight to speak. We should be very proud of them, all of us. Make no mistake about it, notwithstanding the comment made at the outset of tonight's meeting, their voices matter. They are part of this community. I want to thank you for asking the Parks and Recreation Commission to look into this. They did, and they've made a recommendation to you, and it is before you tonight. Last month I was here, and you budgeted over $30,000 for American flags to be shown on Independence Day and Memorial Day. You're being asked to budget less than $30,000 tonight, a modest budget for a celebration of a new federal holiday commemorating and celebrating the end of slavery. This is a leadership opportunity for you. This is a learning opportunity for our entire community. And this is an opportunity for our community to recognize a holiday of great importance to our Black residents and to demonstrate the city's commitment to inclusivity. I would urge you to accept the Park and Recreation Commission's recommendation, to do so unanimously, and to budget a maximum, not to exceed budget of $30,000 for this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Our next speaker. None left, none center. One left in the center.
Good evening. I think I'm the lone voice here on this topic. However, I think it is important to state that opinion because we all welcome diversity, and diversity of thought should also be welcomed. I really did not know much about this survey. I didn't actually participate in the survey, and from a friend of mine who did said that it was a much different, I don't know, there was at least one or two extra steps to get through to the survey. So it wasn't as user-friendly, and I feel like I'm a fairly informed person, and a lot of people, a lot of residents did not get the memo because as you can see by the really sad results, there was only a small participation of actual residents. We did see a lot of MiraCosta students, and that's great, but they're not part of, they don't get to make the decisions. They get to tell their parents about things that they learned in school and what's important to them and to activate them because they are actual, voting taxpayers. There are, I just wanted to know though, how did it even get to these students who became a huge part of this survey, who at the school got to administer it to them, who were the teachers, did they volunteer for this, or were the administration the one to dictate this to them? What type of discussion preceded the dissemination of the survey? Do the kids run the show here? Actually, the kids are just used as puppets sometimes for the loud vocal minority in many matters. For example, like the Ethnic Studies Committee at Costa. Bruce's Beach cannot, the public park at 26 Highland cannot be used for large events. Therefore, this needs to be really rethought and relooked at so that it does not go against what the city has already
Thank you, Heather.
agreed upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker? Anyone else here? Okay. We'll go one section at a time.
Thank you. I didn't come with anything prepared. My name is Julie Burkle. I'm a 30-year resident and a taxpayer, and I listened with awe to what the students presented to City Council today, and they represent the best and brightest of what Manhattan Beach can be. I just hate to end the comments on the last commentary that somehow criticized them or questioned their motives in participating in a survey. They are demonstrating the future of Manhattan Beach. 100 years ago, this city, not you guys, but a prior city council was the most despicable, fraudulent, racist body that acted on behalf of the city wrongfully and literally plucked Black people out of the community. Look what we lost, and look at what we're gaining here with these Black students and other students of different ethnicities coming up to support Bruce's Juneteenth celebration. This is what the future looks like. It's promising, it's articulate, it's impassioned, and it shows the benefit of what learning history can do for us. These kids are learning history, and we cannot shy away from the fact that Manhattan Beach has a really horrible, horrible history. We are on the map because of that. Let's turn that around. This is a different city council. This is a different community. Let's show that we can be the leaders who show that Juneteenth is an incredibly important celebration. It's the final day when all people in the United States were finally free. What is not to celebrate? And let's be the ones that do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Anyone else want to speak here? Right, center, left? All right. How about anyone on Zoom, Martha? Just to make sure everyone here gets a chance to speak.
There are no requests via Zoom.
All right, with that, we'll close public comment. Council, I see Council Howard's going to lead us off.
Yes, sir. Well, I want to preface everything by saying I have some general comments to make, but I look forward to the discussion about, we get to react to suggestions of like what we can do for events, when staff brings us recommendations. I say this partly for the students' benefit, that sometimes staff will, propose a project, and we may agree to do a project, but it may look different than what staff proposes. So we will have a discussion, and that's kind of what we do. And I really look forward to that discussion because there's, there may be things we like and things we don't like. But I pressed my button pretty early on to speak because I, like a few of the other speakers, was just so overjoyed and inspired to see so many students show up and to speak. This reminds me of sort of why we live our lives, is so that the next generation can come, step up and take our place, right? When I was on the school board, it was, let's make decisions based on the good of the students, right? So I want to thank you all for coming here. And I know it was hard for some of you to speak. Some of you it was not hard, but for some of you it was hard. And I also want to say that, I asked the question in the beginning about, did Parks and Rec Commission only speak about this once? No. We did direct them to come up with something and come back to us. We empowered our resident commissioners to do some work, and they really stepped up, right? I mean, it is the best of what commissions can do, and I think they were really excited and they worked really hard. I think one of the staff members mentioned this was not a statistically, valid survey. We did not have to do a survey, right? This was not something like that you have to do and then you have whatever. it was a great example of seeking community input. And not only did we do a survey, we did 2 listening sessions. And then there were all these Parks and Rec commissions, which are also public. I think we had a speaker who said, you know, how did the students even get involved? Well, I believe Janet, I would assume, you'll tell me if I'm wrong, Jan Allen, who has been at the district for 22 years, and I've known her that long, in her capacity is like, listen, let's ask the kids. There's nobody dictating to the kids that they need to do this, they must do this, they have to do this. But what a great learning opportunity. And did you hear one of the students say, a couple of the friends, we went to the library beforehand and we're looking up the newspaper articles. This conversation alone, this agenda item alone, has sparked learning amongst these students. That is a really cool thing that we have all done, and I'd like to see it continue. So I am in support of doing some kind of celebration, and I think, you know, it does come, you know, there's such a serious, gosh, how do I say this? I see it as a celebration, which is something that then people will learn from when they go to celebrate and they go to participate. We are not telling people how to think or behave, although I would think that the ending of enslaved people is a good thing, and I would hope they would want to celebrate that. But it is providing an opportunity. And one thing that we do as a city is we provide opportunities for people to get together, right? Get together, come together, be together. Don't be isolated in your house on TikTok. Sorry, it's a theme for me tonight. But I think it's something, it's appropriate for us to do this. And I also want to make, again, I look forward to all the discussion that we will have. And I thought you brought up a great point, Councilmember Napolitano, about maybe some residents didn't know the breakdown of costs or the breakdown of surveys. I'm fine, you know, putting that off and getting more input, but we have gotten a lot of input. And if we do something at Bruce's Beach, which I think we should, the city has absolutely the right to do events at Bruce's Beach. A couple people said there's no events allowed. No, we said we won't consider permitting outside groups, but that's our park. We get to do events there. So let's dispel that myth right now. And it, you know, akin to the event we did when we dedicated the, you know, the plaque, the monument, and Steve was mayor, Councilmember Napolitano was mayor. That was a great event, right? And I don't think it well, I don't live there, but we didn't get complaints about it. And that, what I really appreciate is the bifurcation, which we talked a lot about in the council meeting and it was talked about at the listening sessions. You know, to do something at Bruce's Beach Park needs to be like that. You can't have the vendors and the food and the music there. That's not appropriate. So the commissioners, you know, they presented us, they heard us, they took our direction, and they ran with it. And so I appreciate the community involvement and engagement, and I hope we listen to that and add our own wonderful flavor to it. Thank you.
All right, who else wants to go next? Councilor Lesser, you want to start us off? Oh, next.
I would start by saying I'm proud to represent a community that is welcoming and inclusive. And I think in our council's process, as we explored what type of Juneteenth celebration we wanted to hold, we exercised that, as Councilmember Howarth just indicated. Not only did we direct the Parks and Rec Commission to study this and receive public input, there were 2 separate listening sessions where there was a desire to receive input from residents. Notices of those meetings, I think, were advertised in the local publications. It was on our website. We were trying to get the word out to the community to participate in coming up together with how we should celebrate this federal holiday. I think the community input has been helpful. It is reasonable to raise questions about the cost, about the logistics, particularly at Bruce's Beach Park, which is small by its nature, surrounded by homes. Parking, I mean, how are we going to park the event? But I ran again to focus on building bridges. we don't have to mirror our country in looking for issues that divide us. Let's come up with a way where we can celebrate a federal holiday, which is important in its own right, together. To the extent that there's a concern that the public hasn't received all of the information that we have, I'm prepared to defer some of these decisions because the event is not still for 6 more months. But the goal is to try and get to yes, to try and come up with something our community can be proud of, to show ourselves as the leaders that we are in trying to overcome some of the issues that is in our history here in Manhattan Beach. So I'm receptive to hearing more of the discussion of my council colleagues and how we move forward, but I am receptive to holding an event. I think it is fair to raise questions about cost and logistics, but let's get into that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Franklin, you up, or Councilman Napolitano want to go first? Whoever's not writing notes.
I was writing.
Okay. Franklin, you're up.
I got some notes. Okay, well, thank you, students and non-students, for coming here today. I know it took a lot of courage to come here and to get up and speak, and I'm very proud of you. My children went to Costa. I really appreciate how Costa prepared them to become the citizens of the world that they are today. And that's due in large part to your teachers, to your advisors, to your parents that want to make you the best that you can be. So I really, really appreciate that. So I was pleased to attend the first listening session in July. It was well attended and many ideas were discussed. Unfortunately, I was out of town for the second listening session when that was conducted in early November. The online survey, as we heard, was available from July through October for a total of 4 months. It was widely advertised and promoted. There were 289 respondents, 83% for Manhattan Beach, leaving a total of 237 that had responded before the idea of taking it to the students. And with the students, they got an additional 1,318 surveys were completed. What's concerning me is the low number of non-student residents who participated in the survey, and the majority of those who did not support a Juneteenth celebration. The estimated $30,000 budget at this time is also causing concern, as we've seen. But I believe there's a way to address this and build a bridge. I'm reminded of the 2012 Manhattan Beach Centennial Celebration. I don't know how old the kids were. But we, of course, were 100 years old as a city in 2012. The Centennial Committee, of which I was a part, was challenged by funding a year-long celebration that far outstripped the stipend provided by the council at that time. We were instructed to work with community organizations and sponsors to fund the program. And I think that blueprint or strategy would work well here. The added expense of a consultant, I don't feel is needed given the many talented residents of Manhattan Beach. So let's start with the venues. I hosted Anna Gonzalez, the matriarch of the family of Major George and Ethel Prelo, at Bruce's Beach in mid-October, and learned from her the great significance of paying tribute to the memory and accomplishments of beloved ancestors. I spoke with many family members who gathered from across the country and watched and listened as they were visibly and emotionally moved by being at the very spot which represented the triumphs and tribulations they have faced over the years. And Anna, a woman who signs her emails with the phrase, quote, "God answers email," unquote, was gracious, appreciative, and stoic as I handed her an official copy of the city's apology for what happened at Bruce's Beach in the 1920s. Bruce's Beach Park, being a significant local and national touchstone, should be included in a reverential celebration of June 19th. Of Juneteenth, sorry. This can include speeches and songs from a choir Perhaps our very own talented choirs from the middle school in Miracosta can participate, and choirs from our places of worship. This will be an excellent learning experience for our children. Sound amplification can be provided for the speeches and the choirs. I've supported a wider celebration at Pollywog Park immediately after, as this is the appropriate venue for larger events, as this council has discussed. This is where we can follow the funding model of the Centennial and the organizational template of our hometown fair. I support providing a $10,000 stipend to start off the funding. But like the Centennial, donors and sponsors should be sought to pay for the rest. This will allow other people to participate in this programming. Food vendors should be from our local service organizations who do such a great job at the hometown fair. Perhaps they can donate portions of their proceeds to appropriate charities. The Manhattan Beach Historical Society created a terrific mobile exhibit from their archives for the Centennial. We display this exhibit at the Village Mall, City Hall, down at the pier, and at the Arts Center. We can do the same with the focus on the Black community throughout the years in Manhattan Beach. The exhibit can be placed around the city 2 weeks prior to the event and would help promote it. It can then be moved to Pollywog for the celebration. To honor Major Prelo and the contribution of Black Union soldiers in the Civil War, which led to the Emancipation Proclamation and the genesis of Juneteenth and the end of slavery, we could invite the Los Angeles chapter of the 9th and 10th Cavalry, also known as the Buffalo Soldiers. They were Civil War veterans whose motto is, quote, "We can, we will," unquote. I've spoken to their representative, Ron Jones, and they are enthusiastic about the possibility of joining us, as their goal is to educate the public on the importance of their contribution and their ancestors' contribution to Black history. Other presentations of visual and performing arts and music can be arranged accordingly. This approach will create a program which could gather greater community support for an ongoing Juneteenth celebration with minimal need for the city to fund it. And you would get buy-in from residents, sponsors, exhibitors, and the like. We should try this approach for 2024 and study the results to determine future events. Thank you all.
All right. Ms. Walton, do you have a prepared speech?
Here.
I always have one.
Read mine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Franklin. I'm going to just take a little different tact on this. It's funny how we've gotten to where we are right now, because all we're talking about here is a celebration. And celebrations are good. They're supposed to be good. They're supposed to be fun. They're supposed to be involving for the people who want to participate. You don't want to participate. There's plenty of people who don't go to the hometown fair. Got a lot of people who don't go to our Veterans Day event. Got a lot of people who don't go to a lot of our different events. Some people in Manhattan Beach never go to the beach. That's their choice. That's good. That's okay. But for those who want to celebrate, it's a good thing. And what we're talking about here is a celebration of, yes, a new national holiday. But it was pointed out earlier tonight that, yeah, we approved the expenditure of $30,000 last meeting for flags for some of those events. And that's $30,000 for flags. And no one said, hey, don't do that. And honestly, Juneteenth is as American as you get. And so I don't have a problem with having a celebration. So I am just going to break this down piece by piece. I am for a Juneteenth celebration. I was before, and that's why we directed the Parks and Rec Commission to study it. As part of that study, we did a survey. It's not a statistically valid survey. We didn't ask them to do one. We didn't ask them to do a survey. Honestly, I don't know why we did, because again, this is a national holiday. People are going to celebrate who want to celebrate. If they don't, they don't. That's fine. That's their choice. That is called freedom of choice. But, you know, surveys, they're informative, but like petitions so often that are presented to us, you got to take them with a grain of salt, because it's what you ask and who you ask, and if they have time and if they want to be involved. and everything else. There's just another piece of information. They're certainly not determinative. This one certainly isn't for me. Council directed this to be brought back to us. We didn't say, ask everybody what they want to do, and then we'll decide after that. It's informative, but as shown here tonight, lots of people are interested in this. So I'm good with it. I want to go forward with it. The question is how, right? Because, and why is this one being questioned? Demographics and cost. Well, I think I answered the demographics part because, again, it's a national holiday. It's an American as any other holiday that we celebrate. As far as the actual events themselves, the event at Bruce's Beach, how it's been outlined, I like it. Something short, something reverential. I do have concerns about a procession. I think that would be a challenge to our mobility challenged folks. I have issues with ADA access, if we're going to say it's going to go down to the beach for those who couldn't participate. And then, you know, is that an added cost to make sure that we have some sort of transportation there? So that's something I want to keep in mind as we go forward. Pollywog Park, we talked about this before, wholly appropriate to have something there. The 22nd makes sense for that. Local vendors, I would like to see local and not local vendors. I really don't need to see pizza and pepper bellies as Juneteenth celebration. I would like to try something else. I want to try something else. I don't want the same old that I get at every event that I go to. And then there's the cost. And I know this is heartburn for some, and we've had discussions about some of these things in the past, and especially the fee waivers that we have where we want to build up over a certain number of years, you know, what the city's contribution would be. And so I take to heart, Mayor Pro Tem, your point about providing seed money, and then also asking that folks who are interested in this and supportive of it to go out and raise the additional funds. I think that could be a model here as well. I think that what it shows, what it could show, is that you don't have to be a tax-paying homeowner here to put this on and to make it happen. So it's not a challenge to the people who want this to happen because I don't want to provide it. It's a challenge to show others that it's worthy and that other people want it too and are willing to contribute to make it happen, and I will contribute personally as well. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, I'll make my comments, then we'll go from there. I think this is one of the moments when all of you I'm glad you're here. I don't remember who said it, Mr. Allen or Donnie or Janet maybe who said it first about the fact, comments and the fact that you weren't taxpayers. Let me ask you, how many, just raise your hands, how many were eating McDonald's there on Artesia Boulevard? You pay tax there? Yes, you do. You go to Target?
You are taxpayers.
El Sombrero Tarasco, do you ever eat there? You pay taxes, don't you? We all pay taxes, right? You can't escape it. You all pay taxes. So take that theory away that you don't pay taxes in the city. It's not true. All right? First one. Second one, free speech isn't always pretty or pleasant or factual. They have the right on this side of the table to say something you're totally against, right against you, as much as you have the right to say thing against them. We hear it all the time. It's not personal. They believe one thing, believe the other. But the good thing is you have 5 people here. They get to listen to both sides of it, make a decision. Now, I was ready to defer because I agree with Steve Apollo, that idea that you don't bring up information at the last second. Because if I'm on the outside looking as a resident, I'm not happy I didn't get to see this till just now, till today. You believe in fairness? Well, so do I. We didn't do a good job of transparency here. We did a lousy job of transparency. For whatever reason, not to blame, I'm just saying that, look, you can't make an informed decision if all the information is not in front of you. Steve and everybody else up here, I also want to recognize the event. Being native Texan, where it actually recognized first, right. I'm happy.
That's right.
I think it's great.
Last and first.
So at some scope, I heard the comments about procession. I agree. I don't want to overflood the neighborhood there where it jams everything up to a standstill. I think when Steve was mayor, he did a right small group presentation. The new plaque language was there. It was well done. We had PD there and Public Works to make sure it didn't get out of hand. The parking, it got crazy. It didn't. It was nice. Sunshine, blue sky day. There wasn't a bad feeling in that whole area. That's my idea of recreation, not the procession part, but that part of it. And then he's right. 3 days later, to Joe's point, Boulevard Park is the right place to have your food trucks and music and spread out. We have over 8,000 people there. Not that you're bringing 8,000 people, but I'm saying that you could. Plenty of room. The question is, how do you get there? Because I said this, some people even the mayor gets the most email out of everybody here. And I guarantee they'll light me up right now saying, wait a minute, you didn't give us all the information. This is unfair. You guys pulled a fast one on us. So I'll bring it to my colleagues, either defer it for next meeting, make sure this information is out there, make sure everyone gets to see it, put an ad in the paper and say, hey, this information is new, we apologize, and then put it to you before the meeting. Read it now, and then come back, and then you make a decision on how you want to do it. But I think that scale we talked about, a small-scale presentation at Bruce's Beach Park on that day, and then move Boulevard Park for the actual celebration. I think we're on the way there, but you got to do it the right way. You can't blindside people and not give information before you do something. Whether you spend $1 or $30,000, that's my whole argument with it. Other than that, I think I'm good to go. Listen to my colleagues. Councilor Haworth?
Yeah, thank you. So, I don't know. I don't mind if we defer it. I don't know that we need to. There were some questions answered in this supplemental, but I don't know that any information was hidden from the community. And like the pre-Costa survey, there's been a lot made of how well a majority of the people said no. The majority is 18 people, right? So thank you for that. If you really feel that we have to defer it, we could. I'm not going to fight that. I don't think we need to take an ad out in the paper. I mean, this is a celebration. We do this stuff. Like, this is a council. This is appropriate for us to make a decision, right? This is not some quasi-judicial public hearing.
You're not just talking to me. You're talking to all 4 of the people.
I am talking to 4 people, but I'm also trying to address you.
You know where I stand.
I do.
I made my comments. I'll stand by that.
No, I just, I could try to, make you feel better or not.
No.
No, can't. That's all right. Sometimes I do. I like so I think what I'm hearing is some consensus, Bruce's Beach, and the problem with the processional, I agree with Councilmember Napolitano. I think we have ADA issues. I don't even know if it'd be legal for the city to sponsor it, right? Because if we were behind it, that's not a real safe place. So there's that. I appreciate, I'm going to drill down a little bit, even though we're going to defer it, because I want to I do. I'd rather, like Councilmember Napolitano said, I don't think we need to just have local businesses or local service clubs. Let's let a committee figure that out and let's broaden the appeal. I'd rather see more of actually Costa had a gospel choir, I think, at one point when Michael Hayden was here. I'd rather see a gospel choir at Bruce's Beach. That's where I am. I'm fine. As you said, we allocated 30,000 for flags, and I think what? I appreciate that. I was okay with dialogue.
Push your button.
It's okay. But I think and I also appreciate saying, well, listen, go, let's get some other people to say we support this too and it's worthy. But maybe we could allocate 20,000, to talk about, because, and then maybe another year they could raise more. I don't know. But just letting you know that I think we should make it broader than just, Manhattan Beach Historical Society, Manhattan Beach Choirs, our stuff. Let's broaden it a bit. We can defer it, but I think we're saying we support the two things, right? Okay.
Representative Franklin, you're up.
Yes. So the money for the flags goes over multiple events. So they'll be put out for Veterans Day, Memorial Day.
Sure.
4th of July. So that,
I understand.
you think of it as sharing a cost. And it'll be going out for Juneteenth, I'm sure. for, that they could be put up. We hear that so much, out of an abundance of caution, that we do something. I think out of an abundance of caution, we should defer it, get the information out. For example, when I heard procession, I didn't know what there was. It says community processional beginning at Bruce's Beach. Okay, so I thought then it was going to go over to Pollywog, and we'd have to get buses and things like that, or people could. I didn't even think that it was down to the sand. We can clarify that. There's just a lot of different things that we can clarify. Present the idea. I hear some consensus on the less than 30,000 and have the rest be raised. As far as the what's on the menu, that's worthy of discussion. Wasn't made clear that could be decided or things like that. So I think there's just a few more things that we would want more people. As you heard, I didn't discredit the opinion of of those that are under 17. In fact, I welcome it. Okay, I just didn't like seeing so few residents that participated, other residents, non-Costa residents, participate, and I want to see that number go up a little bit, to get their opinion. But I think it could be a very exciting inaugural event, and one that we could potentially, after exploration, support year after year.
If I could tag on that just for a quick second, is that, like, even this slide right here, the festival at Pollywog, there should be a date on it.
Right.
June 22nd, and differentiate, and on the processional or whatever happens at the Bruce's Beach Park, June 19th, morning, Wednesday,
Right.
all that, and the time and stuff like that.
I agree.
More
Councilor
information.
Lesser?
Just a few points, because I think everything's pretty much been said by my colleagues, but I support deferral. Let's try and find consensus in our community as to the type of event that we can host as a community. One note I would make is there was a suggestion of maybe using our school's choir. The date is June 19th. I'm not sure if school's necessarily going to be in session. It's going to be a holiday. There's going to be graduation. So bringing in an outside choral group, I think, is probably where we're going to have to go with that. But cost. This will be our first event. There's nothing wrong in starting out with something and trying to be mindful of the community where we are indicating that we are concerned about our fiscal future. That to the extent we start small, we evaluate it and build on it from there. There's nothing wrong with that. But what I do think is important is to start somewhere and to move forward. And I think, as has been indicated, I'm supportive of the template that staff has presented. So I'd be in favor of deferral with the direction that's emerging from our council.
Good. Just to be clear, I'm not saying the information here wasn't accurate. It needs to be fleshed out and give our residents who did not know about this a chance to read it. And as Steve pointed out, it needs more clarity. When you go out for something, if we're going to get buy-in from us to spend $1, tell them what it's going to be used for. Just be honest and say, here it is. This is our game plan. This is what we're going to do. And we go forward with it. I think we're all on the same page. Just need more information and also put out a chance for the public to read it and understand what's happening. And tonight, we heard it all. All your voices were heard. Everyone want to talk 2 minutes? All of you talk 2 minutes. Anybody else want to talk 2 minutes? Everybody got 2 minutes. We're on the way there. But let's do it the right way. And let me ask, Bruce, when is the next time we can bring this back with our time for Park Rec to make their updates to these sheets?
Well, so I was going to ask you that question as to what are you looking for? Do you want more community outreach, more activity from our Parks and Rec Commission and the staff to talk with the community? Or do you want to re-agendize what you have in front of you with those clarifications made to give people more time to read it? If that's the case, if we're just bringing back what we have now, we can bring it back on the 19th.
I'll look to Steve. Do you want to add on this past that? Once you clarify and make this a little more clear what the game plan is?
Yeah, I think it was the staff report, right? Because there's a reason why our process is longer than the state requires. It's so that we can afford the community more time to review what the agenda packet is and what the staff reports are. And my whole ask was that, let's stop with the supplemental stuff the day before the meeting. Get it in time for the staff report that comes out on Wednesday, so that people have, was it 6 days until the council meeting. I'm not looking for advertisements in the paper or anything like that for this one item on an agenda, but I think we missed the mark just on how we treat all the other agenda items and the information we want to provide people so they can review it and make informed comments, for or against.
Right.
They can say what they want, but I want them to have all the information.
Okay, that's where I was going. So Bruce, two things. You bring it back on the 19th, you'll get people that are out of town for the holidays. They'll say, why do you schedule when everybody's out of town for Christmas? Fine.
True.
You can go to January and give it one of Joe's items on January 9th to bring it there and put it on the item. That way, everybody's back from holidays. New Year's already started. Plenty of time to plan it. That way it's fair.
So it's not a sham election during the holidays.
Right. On the 19th, they're going to scream saying, you guys hit it. When everybody's out of town, no one's paying attention to the agenda.
Inside joke.
So I would put it on your 9th agenda. That way we're safe.
Well, the
16th.
9th, when did you become
16th.
mayor?
Yeah, that's the 9th.
I'm sorry, the 16th.
We do it the 16th.
16th.
I mean, we're not hiding it in the holidays because we did it now too.
Right, well.
I mean.
But the
I don't
19th
care.
is a
I'll
little
do
more
the- I'll do
suspect.
You ask some people, and all year long is a holiday.
So the 19th?
That's how
I read that on Nextdoor.
The 19th?
I'm good
is
with that.
Is that doable on the 19th from your side?
If what we're doing is bringing back basically all the information you have now, just giving people more time to absorb it, providing some clarifications, I would suggest December 19th, because we lose a month.
I agree.
Well, but,
Go ahead, Joe.
okay, well, I think we want to solicit more input.
Okay,
As
so
well.
that's what I need to
disagree
know.
On the
So
survey.
116.
Okay, and
116.
what does this solicitation of information look like to you? I'd like to know that. I'd like to know what you're looking for on that, aside from just a staff report being posted on the agenda like it would be.
Well, now it's more, people are more aware of it because of, this meeting and the like. So give them a chance, give other people a chance to go ahead and fill out a survey. I mean, how many letters did we get? And did those people fill out a survey? Did they realize how important the survey is to creating an event like this? So just.
I
Go ahead, Amy.
I disagree. I'm
Then
sorry,
Steve.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Senior Mayor. I think that we are looking, like for the clarification, like Councilmember Napolitano was mentioning, like the date of the Bruce's Beach ceremony, the date of and the time and the, and all this information that was provided supplementary, add it to, the full staff report. And I don't think, I'm against going out again to seek input because we've been doing it for months. And I think that is not, I'll be grateful if community members submit input because they got the agenda. It's not that I don't want more input, but we have given people ample chance. And I'm worried that it implies that we're kind of trying to push it down the road.
Got it. Councilman Altana, then.
Yeah, and we can certainly take more. Is the survey closed right now? Yes. Yeah, so it's closed. You want to open it up? Open it up. Is it going to sway things? I don't see that. I think an issue of if you break it down into questions about money and things like that, but just to give you a heads up, I've had texts already for people who want to sponsor this thing.
$30,000
during this meeting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Or at least
Hear that,
20,000
Janet?
on top of the 10, the city's 10. So there is money out there that wants to support this.
That's good news. Joe, then I'll circle back and we'll finish up here.
So I just think we introduced new information today, more detailed information. I think that would motivate somebody to want to get on a survey and either support it or talk, and offer alternatives. So in the interest of transparency, is to just go ahead and defer to the 16th of January. Let people have, without the Costa votes, there was 236 people in a city of 35,000. Now, we can say that it indicates that people aren't interested in it. Maybe they're interested in it now. Now that they understand what everything's, what everything's going. So
I'm going to circle here.
I would support, deferring it until the 16th of January. It's one more month. It shouldn't help. It shouldn't make a difference. You can go ahead and you've gotten clear direction to, it's going to be happening. So it's not going to stop the planning. But people are gone. I mean, people are traveling. I mean, I don't know if you've been in an airport lately. People are going to visit families that they all this deferred travel. So our residents are on the move for Christmas and Hanukkah. I'd say give it until January.
What are we deferring if we're saying we've given direction, you can start working on it?
Well, they want to go ahead and add input to that. That could change.
Okay.
You know, give them an opportunity. Why are we so concerned not to do it? Just give them the
Fine with
opportunity.
116. Councilor Howard, go ahead.
No, I think we go for I think December makes more sense. I mean, we're not, what input, people will give input via public comments. People will give input. The people who are really against it or really for it will give more input. We're not seeking, I don't think, new ideas and new things. We've got a template. We're trying to provide the information to the public so they see what we're really proposing. And I believe that if we defer in the way that you want, we're actually not really committed to it. Because I do think people we have people so interested they want to fund it. We should go. I'm willing to defer because I want the information to be correct and robust. And I agree that we didn't do a good job with that. But that's deferring. But waiting another month and then reopening a survey, that's not deferring, that's re-examining the issue for possible different outcomes. So I'm not good with, so it's not direction to me yet to do that.
I'll make it easy for everybody. 116 is his choice. I support that, number one. Number two, you just agreed that information is not there. No one's going to be around 12/19 to talk about this, and they're going to call us out for trying to make a vote underneath the holiday travel schedule. Okay. Terrible decision. People need time to read it. You don't force it on someone during the holidays. The fact that Steve's already getting text blowing it up, great, but doesn't take away the transparency issue. When one of you is in the chair one day, you want people to say, make sure everything's open and honest. Don't try to slide something by in the holidays. I don't care what it is. You don't slide it by. You do the right thing, notice it, and put it out. I don't care about the survey. But the meetings should be honest and open and noted in advance, period. So 116 is the date. It's his call, and I totally support that. Do the right thing. We're on the way halfway there, and bring it back.
But not open the survey again.
I'm not a big survey person anyway.
Yeah.
Well, if I can muddy the waters a bit here. So if it's on the January 16th meeting, that gives us 5 months to plan the event at the point you give us direction on that date.
Okay.
And if we're doing fundraising as well as that, it's a tight timeline.
Understand. I'm looking at Council Napolitano, his magic text.
Until we get the check, it's up in the air.
He just has to surrender his phone.
Right. And number two, everybody's forgetting, when you have an event in our city, it involves 3 people. The police department has to make sure it's safe and be there. Public Works puts out those sawhorses to block up all the parking and cones and set up the tent and all those chairs. It doesn't happen by itself. It's not Joe and I kind of the stairs setting up in the morning. We need people to help us get there and set everything up and block off those spaces. So that impacts them, Public Works, our fire department, they're all noticed. It can't happen on a day. So everybody take time to get it done, and we'll set it the right way. To your point, Bruce, I don't think that's going to be the issue for us. 5 months to plan what we're just talking about. What Steve had done in March of 23, that same setup with the tent mark, the same setup you had, the chairs and all that presentation, recreate what you just did in March.
Except Polywog's a much bigger deal.
Totally separate. But I'm talking about that can be
Of course, that
with
can be
an
done.
outside group and help that start off. Polywog isn't being used in June except for our Wisconsin in the Park on Sunday. But Saturday, there's no conflict on Saturday, June 22nd. Nothing going on in the Polywog Park June 22nd. So that's direction. I'm not scared of having 5 months lead to put our city in $10,000 and look at Steve's text to raise outside money for $20,000. If it costs $20,000
or more,
or more.
I don't mean to insinuate that the fundraising is a challenge with the 5-month timeline. I think it's planning the event that's the challenge in a 5-month timeline.
Versus
So,
5.5 months.
Well, 6 months.
Well, we're not until 19.
Next month, this month.
19, 116.
So it's a month. It's a month.
I'm not going to budge on that one. I think we need to give everybody a right to do the right thing and put it out on this 116. He likes that day. I said 1-9. So we're 116 because Joe's right. That's the first real meeting he has. But I think doing the right thing is more important than trying to worry about speed. Anyone else have a problem with that? All right, move along. Did you draft the direction? We good?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Happy holidays to you. Stick around. We'll make one more fun item in case you're bored.
Board.
Wait, where's everybody going?
Thank you all for coming.
We're not TikTok. We're live people.
Come on.
If I said free McDonald's, everybody would have stayed.
Sorry, that was me.
That was a good point. I like that.
It was.
It'll be good. That's good.
I think you're right. If you want to be the one that did that, you were very fair by doing that.
It's okay. It's okay. Sorry. No.
Sorry, is it your cord?
I don't know. I'm not using it.
I'm gonna change it.
I think it's an A cream.
Okay, let's rip through this.
You don't think? All right. Okay.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Another break?
Wait till everybody clears out.
Yeah, standing up feels good, huh? Gotcha. I will stand up. I'm not taking a break. I mean, unless you want one. I'm
No,
good.
they're all going to head out there.
Yeah.
Are we good to go? Oh, who's talking? Sorry. Yeah. Alex, to close the door. Or George, could you? Thank you.
Good to stand up.
We want the IT guy to be back in, that's for sure. Nothing wrong with your set, folks. We're just waiting to restart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we're good to go? All right, folks. Our next one is our update regarding the police department and citywide staff recruitment with our police chief, Rachel Johnson. Chief, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Montgomery, and good evening to you and members of the City Council. I'm Rachel Johnson, your police chief, and I'm joined by Human Resources Director Jenkins to provide an update regarding police department and citywide staffing and recruitment. As this council will recall, we had several discussions in February of this year regarding police department staffing and recruitment incentives. Those discussions regarding police department staffing were followed by several discussions in the fall and winter of 2022, specific discussions on police overhires, the potential for hiring contracted armed security, and a discussion regarding contracting with other law enforcement agencies for resources. And so it's following those discussions in February of this year that the council authorized an increase to police department staffing of 10 positions, 7 of those sworn, 3 of those civilian or professional staff positions. As you recall, also in February of this year, the City Council authorized changes to our recruitment and referral bonuses. Much of that was adding some flexibility to our recruitment incentive and allowing us to actually extend it to police academy trainees at my discretion, and as well as increasing our referral bonus, which had remained stagnant at $3,000 for quite some time. You know, as we discuss police department and citywide staffing, it's important to look at the number of full-time positions that we have filled year over year in the city. And this chart, which is also included in the staff report submitted for this item, contains about 6.5 fiscal years of hiring and promotion and recruitment. And if you look at the chart beginning in fiscal year 22, which is the year we started to crawl out of the pandemic, hiring and promotions really took off within the city. That was true citywide, but also to the point of the second bullet point, it really took off as well in the police department since fiscal year 22. And we'll talk about some factors that led to that. But some of that staffing, hiring that we've done at the police department since July 1st of 2021 includes 23 sworn hires. And 23 sworn hires represents about 30% of our total authorized staffing. So that's just a lot of people we've hired since fiscal year 2022. And for our sworn staff. We've also had 12 new hires for our professional staff, and including that number Our 19 promotions are internal appointments, but also include that number. One of the things I'd like to point out is 3 of our civilian positions went to Police Academy trainees, so those are our civilian folks who became Police Academy trainees, and 4 Police Academy trainees went to police officer during that time frame. And with the 10 new positions approved last fiscal year, along with regular turnover, Police Department currently has 12 vacancies, with 8 of those at the police officer position. That number doesn't include 1 person we currently have in the Police Academy. Citywide, the current vacancy rate is about 8.6%, which also includes the 4 new public works positions approved by this council in November 7th of this year. One of the things that we have long had in law enforcement is just we're competing for talent in what has become an increasingly challenging marketplace. You know, since I have been in law enforcement, agencies have been competing for talent and offering benefits, but what we've seen in the last handful of years, I just could not have predicted when I started as a new police officer. We're seeing agencies offer large cash bonus as recruitment incentives. We're seeing cities offer contract reopeners and offer large financial incentives in those contract reopeners. And what that really tells us in this space is that not only are we needing to recruit, thus the large cash bonus, but we're also needing to retain, thus the contract reopeners we've seen here in the recent past. And they've taken on equal importance in recent years because once you get them, you want to keep them, right? And so we have to make sure that we're paying attention to not only to recruitment, but also to retention. And part of what we've seen, and I think that we would agree there's been a tectonic shift in workplace expectations since the pandemic. Once we learned how to use Zoom, and the expectations for our workforce and how and where they can work has really changed. And we've seen that perquisite landscape or workplace perks. We've seen that shift. We've seen people ask for more things to better balance their work and their home lives. And so some of those things that we've seen are paid parental leave. We've seen more requests and expectations for flexible work hours with regard to start and end times, but also with regard to the location where you work, working from home and things like that. And we've also seen requests for more annual leave, again, to try to balance those personal and professional halves of ourselves. You know, the nature of hiring in public sector makes it difficult to sometimes compete with private sector flexibility and perks while we're also still competing with other public sector agencies for talent. It's a very challenging marketplace for hiring right now, not just in the police department. You know, we discussed a few slides ago about an increased volume of recruitments beginning in fiscal year 2022, and that was a lot. Some of the contributing factors for that were some delayed resignations and retirements, and the context for that was a lot of people delayed either changing jobs or retiring completely during the pandemic. As you recall, that was a very volatile time economically for people, so you had a lot of people who wanted to stay with their current employer and people who held off trying to see what the pandemic was going to bring. So we experienced a really significant wave of resignations and retirements, about 3 times our normal annual average in 2022. And while that has presented us with a lot of opportunities and it's given us the ability to reorganize in places and promote from within, it means that like over 40% of our employees have been with the city for 4 years or less. You know, with many of those employees being promoted into supervisory and management positions during that time. It's a wonderful opportunity for change. It's a wonderful opportunity for movement. But this new composition of our workforce, means that we have to have a renewed focus on both employee development and a high importance on employee retention citywide, both citywide and also in the police department. Some of the things we're talking about today for recruitment incentives are because some positions are more difficult to fill than others. We'll talk a little bit more on the next slides about police officer positions, but one of those hard to fill positions is a police officer position. And like I said, I'll talk more about why that is in the next couple of slides, but also police support staff. And many of these positions are viewed as technical or clerical positions, and you wouldn't think they would be hard to fill, but many of these technical or clerical positions require you to work shift work, more than 8-hour days, 10-hour days. They require you to work nights, weekends, and things like that. And so while they are really good positions and provide a great opportunity to serve, they're not always as easy to fill as other technical or clerical positions that have a more typical work schedule. Finally, the other positions that are more difficult to fill than others are positions outside the police department that have set specialized technical training or requirements in order to fulfill the requirements of those positions, and those are across all departments in the city. specifically for police officer recruitment and why it's just very difficult. I'll discuss some things that we are doing to ameliorate that and just provide as many opportunities as we can to recruit as many people into our pipeline in hopes of getting them hired as police officers. We continue to test monthly for the police officer position, the written test, the physical agility test. We continue to interview monthly following those tests so that we are trying to condense that time from when a person hits send on their application to the time that we speak with them and decide whether or not they're a candidate that should go into our background process. So we are continuing to try to cut down those times and interview people on an ongoing basis so that we, people who tend to apply for police academy trainee positions, they tend to apply at more than one agency. So we want to make sure if they are thinking about us, we want them to know that we're thinking about them as well, and that's a big factor in continuing to test monthly. We've also recently implemented some enhancements to our long-range recruitment programs. One of those is we brought back our intern program. Many colleges in the region that have criminal justice programs have an intern requirement a number of hours required to complete their degree to intern at a police department. So we have recently been recruiting for our interns. It's a paid position. It allows that intern to see all facets of what we do at the police department, with our goal to hang on to that employee upon their graduation from college and usher them into a part-time civilian position, maybe full-time civilian position, and ultimately, if it's their choice, a full-time police officer position. Another long-range recruitment program that we are implementing is our Aspire program, which is essentially a small future policing scholarship that allows us to enhance our name recognition outside of the region, encourage law enforcement careers, and promote positive relations with criminal justice programs. Finally, we have revived our Explore program, which kind of fell to the wayside during COVID when it was difficult to gather. But our Explore program targets high school and college-age persons who want to volunteer with the police department and learn more about what we do, with the ultimate goal, again, to have that pipeline from civilian employee all the way to police officer. And just in my short tenure as your police chief, I have had the opportunity to swear in 2 former explorers as police officers just in this year. And that doesn't include one that was sworn in just prior to me starting, and one sworn in a year before that. And so it's a great pipeline for us. These are young men and women who are invested in our community, and we just recently, and when I say recently, I mean Saturday, had one person graduate from the El Camino College Explorer Academy. It's a 10-week academy. We had one young person graduate from the Explorer Academy, and he will be our newest police explorer, and we will be the host for the next Explorer Academy come next spring as well. So it's a very good program for us. It's a long-range recruitment program, but it's one that's paid numerous dividends throughout the years for us. We continue to avail ourselves of advertising and targeted marketing, whether that's through career fairs at colleges or veterans events, and so also some targeted social media and or billboard advertising. We are working toward that to ensure that we are getting our faces out there outside of the immediate region so people know who we are and what we're about, and they consider Manhattan Beach when they are considering a law enforcement agency. Some of the other issues that make the police officer position more difficult to fill are our timelines and all of these opportunities for there to be some normal attrition. Because while we certainly we want people to choose us and we want people to work here as Manhattan Beach police officers, part of the choice is ours as well. And we have all of these points where people can self-select out, or that we can decide that they are not the right fit for what we need here in Manhattan Beach. For any person who applies for a police officer academy trainee, after they've gone through the hiring process, which can take upwards of 4 months, just because of the post-background process, it's just a very lengthy process to make sure everything is done right and we're hiring the people that we desire to hire and our standards are maintained. They attend a 6-month academy. And following that academy, they attend a field training program that's usually about 6 months. And so if conditions are really, really great and we get someone hired very quickly, we find an academy date that is right after we're ready to hire them, we put them in the field training program, we're still talking about 16 or 18 months before that person is a solo patrol officer. And even following that That 16 or 18 months when they're a solo patrol officer, we still have a probationary period after that to ensure that the person meets our standards for what we expect for a solo police officer in Manhattan Beach. And so there are a number of opportunities during all of these steps in the process where sometimes we have some attrition, which is just considered normal in our business, because while a lot of people desire to be police officers, sometimes the rigors of the academy are too much, sometimes the field training program is too difficult, or sometimes they fail to meet our standards. So there's a lot of factors in the timeliness and getting new employees and getting them to solo patrol and off probation. The final thing I want to discuss on this slide with regard to police officer recruitment is the effect that us hitting the 10-year mark for PEPRA, the Public Employees Pension Reform Act, will have on our lateral officer recruitment. And lateral officers, as the council knows, are those officers who have prior service at another law enforcement agency, right? And so one of the things that has been really effective for us as a recruiting tool for lateral officers is that we have continued to offer the original classic 3% at 50 retirement to laterals who had it at their home agency. And that was a great tool for us because a number of police departments in the region stopped offering it soon after the Pension Reform Act was enacted. But now we're at the 10-year mark for PEPRA, and so there are just fewer of those employees in the marketplace who want to lateral, because you do find employees that lateral after 10 years, but typically not. Typically, they don't want to give up the seniority and the other things that they have as police officers at their agency. So we're getting to the end of that particular recruitment inducement for us, specifically for lateral candidates. So for the council's consideration this evening, we have several items that some that benefit our sworn staff directly, some that benefit all city staff. And so I'll just take them one by one. You know, as we talked about in our background section, the council previously approved increases to the monetary incentives, provides new hires coming to the city, as well as current police department employees who refer successful candidates. So for your consideration, we would like to propose providing the referral bonus that we currently only extend to police department employees to all city staff. So if a member of city staff were to refer someone who ultimately becomes a police officer with us, we would extend that referral bonus to them, which is currently $4,032. The second prong of that particular consideration is to allow the recruitment incentive bonus, which currently is up to 10% of the annual base salary for the vacant position, to other recruitments within the city, not just the police department, that are deemed hard to fill. Because while we certainly took a moment to discuss the difficulties in recruiting for police officers, there are other technical positions in other city departments where they are just very difficult to fill just based on the technical needs and competition in the marketplace. A second consideration for the city council would be leave banks for sworn employees. And what that means is when we have lateral candidates who come from other agencies, they typically come here and they don't have, they leave their home agency with vacation accruals and sick time accruals, and they come here and I start from zero. They start from scratch, not only with the number of hours that they have accrued, but also with the rate that they accrue hours. And so what we're asking for consideration tonight is for the council to consider providing vacation leave accruals based on an employee's total years of sworn police experience for both our lateral candidates coming in, but also our existing employees who lateral from another agency and are not at the commensurate accrual for their total tenure of law enforcement service. Also, for this item, allow the ability for us to provide an initial bank of sick or vacation hours as part of the salary negotiation for lateral candidates at the discretion of me. And finally, to provide our sworn employees a one-time non-cashable paid time off bank of 100 hours to be used in a 2-year period. New employees who are hired within this fiscal year, which ends June 30th, 2024, would also be eligible for this 100 hours bank. Now, while some of our focus was on recruitment and retention considerations for our police department employees, Director Jenkins and I worked with the city manager to consider some options that would benefit recruitment and incentive efforts throughout the city, because again, we certainly in this marketplace, we want to demonstrate our appreciation for the employees we currently have, and if we can, set ourselves apart from other municipal agencies that applicants may be considering. So some additional considerations I have for the council this evening would be to provide each city employee with a non-cashable floating birthday holiday that can be taken within their birthday month. Right? And the final consideration would be to close City Hall and other city facilities at noon on Christmas Eve and Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, and provide paid holiday time off in the afternoon for any employees working on site who observe City Hall hours. So, the fiscal implications for this. Not all of these costs are easily quantifiable. You know, the productivity costs of a day off is difficult to quantify, but certainly the most conservative way to try to consider this would be looking at the full value of all the leaves that we've discussed today. So the accelerated vacation accruals for the sworn employees and the Police Officers Association and Police Management Association has been costed at $45,368. The cost for a birthday holiday for all full-time employees has been costed at $160,255. Our recruitment and bonus and referral incentives will be dependent. That fluctuates on the number of recruitments and positions filled, and those are typically paid from salary savings for those positions as those costs are incurred. And the one-time cost for the paid time off leave bank for sworn police officers would come at a cost of $376,929. So our recommendations this evening is that you, the City Council, receive this update on police department staffing and citywide and police department recruitment efforts, and approve the attached resolution which authorizes modifications to the city's recruitment and referral bonus policy and other recruitment and retention incentives. Further, I would recommend that the City Council review the information provided regarding recruitment incentive enhancements and provide direction regarding any requested modifications to the recruitment incentive program. And that concludes my presentation, and Director Jenkins and I are available for questions.
All right, Chief. Thank you. Take a breath for a second. I'll let Councilmember Lester start us off.
Take a breath. Well done, Chief. I want to anticipate questions that we might get from the public here, and that is that Manhattan Beach would be a desirable location to serve as a police officer. It's a community that supports its police department. It is not perhaps as intense, for lack of a better word, as some perhaps urban communities. What more can you say beyond what you already have, which is done comprehensively, to explain why, notwithstanding the many desirable attributes of serving as a police officer in Manhattan Beach, we still have to add these additional incentives?
Thank you for the question. And you know, obviously working in Manhattan Beach is a wonderful place to work. I mean, I think so, certainly. But also for our employees, it's a desirable place to work. The community is very, very supportive. But it's also about showing the employees that are here how much we appreciate them, and especially while we don't have experience of violent crime that other cities do, certainly to your point, it's still a hard place to be a police officer, just this and the climate in the world, not necessarily because of how they're treated in Manhattan Beach, but the tenor of law enforcement has changed. And our police officers feel that even though we have a very supportive community, they feel the changes in law enforcement, they feel the legislative changes, they feel all of those things. And while we're steadfast in our mission and we certainly enjoy working here, it's certainly feels the same being a police officer here to our team, because we still have those same considerations and constraints.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else have questions? Chief, I have one.
Yes, sir.
Is there a cap on the leave banks if I come from LAPD to transfer over? Is there a cap? 100 hours? Is that the max for a cap or a leave bank if I transfer lateral in?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. We haven't discussed a cap, but we're not looking to provide, you know, if you have 1,000 hours somewhere, to give you 1,000 hours here. We're just trying to provide the ability for an officer to take a sick day when they start. You know, oftentimes we have people who really try to power through the FTO program despite being very ill because they just don't have enough time on the books. And so provide a few hours for someone to take a sick day or care for a sick child when they start. But we're certainly not looking to match any sort of leave banks or anything like that. Just something to get the employees started when they start here with us.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Franklin?
Yeah, along that same line, when they leave their prior job, don't they like cash out their vacation and the like?
Well, it certainly, it depends on the memorandum of understanding they have with that agency. Some agencies allow you to cash it all out. Some of them allow you to cash part of it out. So certainly, they receive some benefit in some fashion for those hours. But the challenge with that is they might receive a monetary benefit, but that doesn't help them when they need to take a day off when they're here with us for whatever reason.
So so what do? Do they leave those hours then where they worked? And then we're going to give them some sort of bank? I mean, I'm just...
Well, yeah, the banks are not transferable between municipalities, and so whatever the agreement that city has with that employment group kind of determines how those hours, how they get cashed out and what they look like. Some cities say that they have to go into a 457 plan or something like that, but what we're looking to do here is provide our employees with, a few hours when they start, so that they are able to take a sick day and things like that. Our police academy trainees are, they're in the academy for 6 months. They accrue a little bit of time. They're getting their accruals during those times, so they have that time if someone came down with the sniffles in the FTO program. But our lateral candidates do not. They start at 0.
What is the rate of vacation days to time worked? I mean, is it every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks?
Well, we accrue vacation time every 2 weeks, but those rates, I would defer to Director Jenkins on what those rates are right now.
I mean, just briefly.
Good evening, Council. Lisa Jenkins, Human Resources Director. We currently have negotiated vacation rates within our police officers' MOU, and the range is from 8.667 hours per month to 17.33 hours per month, depending on years of service. So the proposal before you on vacation accrual would allow the different tiers to be applied based on total sworn police experience, which would be of benefit to laterals. Separate from that, the negotiated initial bank of hours, which could include vacation and sick leave at the discretion of the chief, per the resolution, would be capped at 80 hours maximum.
There you go. All right.
Okay.
Looking for Councilmember Lesser.
A question for Director Jenkins, and that is, under the recruitment incentive bonus and referral incentive bonus recommendations, there are two, and a question about the second one. This is on page 7 of the staff report. It says, allow the recruitment incentive bonus, which is up to 10% of the annual base salary for the vacant position, to other recruitments deemed hard to fill by criteria outlined. What are hard-to-fill positions? What are those criteria so that this additional incentive would be available to them? Because it's not every position. It would be certain ones, and I'm a little unclear as to what those positions would be and how you get there.
Yes, good question. And if this item is approved by council tonight specific to the hard-to-fill recruitment bonus for designated positions, our plan in Human Resources is to develop a policy that would set those criteria, and in conjunction with getting feedback from the other executive team members. Typically, this is something like the city has run 1 or 2 recruitments, and it has not yielded a successful applicant. It's known to be a difficult-to-fill position in the industry or something along those lines, but we would outline all of those criteria within the policy.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Did we do a survey? No.
Go ahead,
Wait,
Joe.
before the holidays?
Right. Just one quick question. Are referral fees paid only to other members of the force, or can, the public refer somebody? I mean, how does that?
No, not currently. Currently, only the referral bonus is only available to members of the police department. The item before you for consideration this evening is to extend that to city employees in other departments, excluding the executive team, members of the Human Resources Department staff, and council members.
Oh, council.
Nice try, Steve.
Nope.
But we have not explored a referral bonus for members of the public.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Keep it all internal.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Lisa, one more question and wrap up here. Are we almost there with the number of recruitments and going through the academy to meet the 72, or we're still 4 or 5 away, considering year-end retirements? How far back are we?
Well, considering year-end retirements, I'm not aware currently of any planned retirements this year within the police department. As was mentioned this evening, and council will recall, earlier this year you approved 10 new positions within the police department, including 7 police officers, 3 non-sworn staff. Our current vacancy rate within the police department is at 12. So factoring in our normal turnover throughout the year and things like that, I think we're pacing pretty well with our vacancy numbers.
Good. All right, thank you. I'll take some, have you stand by for a second.
Sure,
Open up
thank
public
you.
comment. Who wants to talk about our outstanding police recruitment and people that we've got?
Anybody want to volunteer to join?
All right, we'll go to Zoom, please, Martha.
There's no request via Zoom.
And we'll close public comment. Council? A motion by Councilmember Haworth and a second by Mayor Tim Franklin.
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
well, my motion is to adopt resolution number 23-0165, approving various recruitment and retention incentives.
Thank you. Councilor Napolitano, you have a comment first before I do anything else.
Thank you, Your Honor, and that's because I half jokingly said, has there been a survey on this? Because we don't need one, right? Like so many other things, we know this is what people want, and whether we've asked them or not, it is a leadership call, and we have had trouble. We have set a number that we want to bring in. We haven't been able to bring those folks in because we're in competition with everybody else who wants to bring those folks in. It is hard to get police officers, so if we want them here, we have to do more than what we've been doing so far, and this is that. And so that's why I support it. It's going to get us, I hope, get us to where we want to be with our staffing, to what we approved, and sooner rather than later. And this is what it takes when folks ask, why are you spending money on this? Why are you spending money on that? Because this is what it takes to make things happen. This is what it takes to get these folks on board. And even little things, a birthday, holiday, it sounds silly. Well, we've had feedback already from offering that to others that they light up at it. This is a good thing. Whatever it takes, we want to bring these folks in and make them part of the team Manhattan Beach. And so, again, that's why I support it. Thank you, Ron.
You're welcome. I agree. Councilor Lesser?
I echo Councilmember Napolitano. What the public doesn't necessarily see is how difficult the city is finding to hire people. People get upset that a request takes longer than might be expected to get fulfilled. It's because there are staffing challenges. With that said, I think we all up here are aware of our fiduciary responsibility when it comes to the fiscal health of our city and to be mindful of the monies that we're spending for labor. I will also indicate that I look forward to the policy related to the must-hire, hard-to-fill hires as we expand this perhaps beyond the police department, which is only fair. I agree with the expansion, but we really are going to need to set that criteria in a way that we're careful as financial stewards for the city. But I'm supportive of the measure moving forward.
Thank you. I'll wrap up here. You tie this to hiring good people. Thank you, Director Jenkins. Good people. And Chief, I got to meet all the new people that she brings in. Great. It's not just the hiring, it's the people you bring in, the quality people you bring in. It's like, wow, where's she stealing people from? So it's a good thing. I like what you're doing so far, and I equate that to Councilor Lesher's comment. With Chief Lang having a new fire station, Chief, isn't it easy to recruit when you have a brand new fire station? Of course it is. And same with the Chief Johnson. You get good people that come here. Who doesn't want to work here? Show them the beach. They go, wow, I get to work at the beach. They're like, this is great. We're not LA. We're not the sheriffs. But what a great place to work. So the people you get, the quality people that we're all seeing, that our residents see and meet on a daily basis, everyone remarks about the people that you've met. The courtesy, respect, not just downtown, talking citywide. So whatever you're doing, the people you're recruiting, whatever that pipeline is, keep doing it. I can't wait for the day we're actually balanced, where retirements match new hires and lateral transfers were even at 72 sworn, and we only lose a few each year because they retire. That'll be a very great day for the city. But until then, Steve's points, David's points are well made. This is right up the alley. Steve, it could be all the tools you need to bring in good people, continue them. We want them not only just recruit them, we want them to stay. I mean, like you said, it's one thing to hire someone great, but more important to keep that person. Someone else has to take him away or her away. So with that, roll call vote, please.
Motion passes 5-0.
Way to go. Thank you, too. Appreciate that. Our next item, 1.5. Speaking of time off, the city manager's update here will be led by our city attorney, Quinn Barrow.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a simple amendment that's been requested by the city manager for a one-time benefit to increase his general leave by 150 hours that have to be used. They accrue like the normal accrual periods, and it has to be used by the end of 2024, December 31st, 2024.
Thank you. I'll start off here. Those of you that were with us during COVID, we're meeting 3 times a week. 3 times a week. Bruce, I get a hold of city manager on the weekends. So if someone says to me, why do you want to give the guy more time off, Richard? He's well paid. I mean, come on. I go, where were you during COVID? How many meetings did you go to during COVID a week? And how much time do you prep running the city? How many employees report to you? And on the weekends, trust me, I light his phone up every weekend. And I get a hold of him on things that go on in the city well after hours. Weekend time is not this thing. He doesn't get a weekend off because I'm usually hammering him on the cell phone or I'm emailing him something else. So if someone says to me, how does he deserve it? One, I point out all the time, he never got reimbursed for COVID, number one. All the things he does past 10 o'clock at night. The weekend events that we have all over, I know what Bruce does. The public doesn't see all that. A lot of you do, but no one else sees that. So when someone said that to me, I answered 4 main points. Here's what he does. Here's what he doesn't get credit for. He doesn't bill us for those things. And during COVID, no one else I could think of, PD, fire, they're all there. But Bruce, I don't think I gave him more than 2 days to catch his breath during that whole year. So to me, it's definitely warranted. It's a one-time event, folks. It's the best thing we could do. And I'll stop there. Comment by Councilor Napolitano. Steve?
I'll wait until after public comment.
Okay. Anybody else?
I have a question just for the city attorney. Is if members of the public believe that this is something that's rare, that's not done, can you give any context for this proposal?
Yeah, to follow up on what the mayor said, during the COVID period, people were working so hard, and we were meeting three or 4 times a week. And so other cities have done the similar type thing, just basically as a reward. Actually, some employers and some cities have actually given bonuses to their employees. They call it hero pay because of their efforts during COVID.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Open up public comment, folks. Who's got a comment about this? Anybody? All right, we'll go to, make sure, anybody on Zoom, Martha?
Somebody.
There's no request via Zoom.
Okay, I'm making sure. Mr. Victor, do you want to speak on this item?
Well, let's get the microphone.
Bill?
He's
trying to hear me.
I just think he's trying to leave.
Okay.
Okay.
So no comment. So Martha, I'm sorry, no one's on Zoom? Close public comment. Council, I made a motion to approve with a second by President Franklin, but first, Councilor Napolitano by Councilor Haworth.
Yeah, I'm going to take the different approach as I often do and just say I'm not doing this or supportive of it because of what has happened. It's really prospective for me of what's going to happen because unfortunately, not enough people know what really goes on here. It's not a meeting every 2 weeks. Being a city manager and being a city employee anywhere in a lot of ways is a 24/7 job. Bruce works 24/7. He's expected to be accessible 24/7. He knows that. He is accessible 24/7. Doesn't matter whether he's on vacation or not. Doesn't matter if he's got a day off. We text him, we email him, we do whatever. We bring up issues, he responds. And his response to us isn't just a response to us, it is a delegation also at the same time to the rest of staff to take care of some issues, some problems, some complaint. And to do that, we don't want to burn people out. We're talking about taking care of city employees and different levels of doing different things, adding to benefits, addressing recruitment needs. But we got to take care of the people that we have too. And to do that right, they need to be able to take time off. But the reality is no time off he takes is actually time off. It's just deferred work. And so I hope he takes more time. I'm happy to approve this so that he does that. I kind of doubt he will. So this is a aspirational approval of something that I know that regardless of what the calendar says, any one of us is going to contact him or staff's going to contact him and he's going to respond.
I agree, well said. And a birthday holiday as well. Councilmember Haworth.
Yeah, that's right, birthday holiday. I mean, I don't have much more to add, but I wanted to lend my voice to the public record, if you will, to appreciation, especially for Bruce as the city manager, although I can tell you that I do consulting work with other city councils, other school districts, and I work with their top administrators, and we are so fortunate to have Bruce here, and to have had Bruce here for so long, and someone who just understands the entire city and cares about the employees, cares about the residents, and I feel like you still find passion for the job. And that's what we want to keep and encourage. And, hopefully, I hope you take more vacation rather than accruing it. But like they all said, we know that even on vacation, you're not really on vacation. So thanks for taking our calls. Thanks for being, we're so lucky to have you. Thank you.
All right. Seeing that, we have a first and a second.
And
Voting screen, please.
And Mayor, that was to adopt Resolution 230159.
Thank you. Now the voting screen.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Congratulations. Take some time off, except for tomorrow.
What if it's his birthday?
Unless it's your birthday. Item L, City Council requests and reports, including AB 1224 reports. No one went anywhere last week, did they? All right. Future agenda items. Who's got a future agenda item? Anybody?
Not me.
Councilor Lesser does.
Well, I really want to respect the comment that Councilmember Napolitano raised earlier about the 6% rate and better understand the basis for it and where else in the code it is, and at least have a briefing on it. We may decide not to take any action, but at least understand where that percentage came from. It came up earlier tonight in connection with utility undergrounding and the cost if the city were to do work of connectivity. So I welcome understanding where else in the code it is, and I'm happy to frame that in whatever way it should be framed.
I don't think you make an agenda item out of that one.
No?
No.
Just a briefing?
Yeah, you can bring it back.
I mean, I support
You have anything
it.
else for future agenda?
No, I was just going to support it if you needed it.
Not an agenda item. You can do that
Thank you.
directly from them. Anybody else? No? We'll move to city manager report.
Yes, and again, thank you for the accrual boost there. I appreciate it. Just want to let everybody know that City Hall and the City Yard are closed between 2 and 4 tomorrow for staff development. This is our all-hands meeting we have probably twice a year. It's an opportunity for the staff to interact and, again, staff development. So we've minimized the time in which we will close the doors and have notified those affected by that closure. So I just wanted you to be aware. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Well deserved, by the way.
Yeah.
City Attorney report.
Mayor, nothing tonight.
All right, nothing informational. I want to point out the meeting will adjourn to a closed session on Tuesday, December 19th, 2023, 5 p.m. in City Council chambers. Thank you and good night.
Closed session at 5.